No ball. So the first over, you had a no ball from the opening bowler, Umar Farouk. Now, this bowler, Abimanyu Mithun, obliges with a no ball of his own. So the third delivery in this match, or in this over rather, went for 2 runs. Delivery number 4 is a no ball signal from umpire Karthik Nachamutu. Umpire currently at square leg is Samir Bandekar. You saw him last night. And for the second time in this match, the batting side, the St. Louis Americans, will be the beneficiary of a free hit. So Amir Farouk opened the bowling. Abimanyu Mithun, it is who is the bowler here, who will have to attempt to keep Arakanantha in the yard. This is a free hit. Skied, I think it will be easily catchable. Obviously not dismissed because it was a free hit, so you'll end up with a single. Really a good delivery from Abimanyu Mithun. Really sort of beat Arakanantha for pace, which takes some doing. He's very aggressive and likes it short, Arakanantha. But with the skied delivery, or the skied ball, taken at mid-on, but obviously, again, with that being a free hit, no consequence in terms of there being a wicket. So you get a single. That certainly would be something that you'd want to not repeat if you are Abimanyu Mithun. You want to keep that front foot behind the popping crease. Very quick delivery late on that shot was Arnav Jam. So again, the no ball does not hurt, and the subsequent free hit only going for 1 run. But on balance, you want to be able to go through the disciplines. As I said, each of these teams are at the bottom of the table, so neither of them are going to make it into the playoffs. The playoffs are going to be interesting, and the Central Division is wide open for the taking. Maybe we talk about that to start the next over. Great delivery again, goes past the outside edge. Good couple of balls to end over number 2. Abimanyu Mithun, even though he conceded that no ball, still only concedes 8 runs for the over. End of over number 2, 9 for 1. So 9 for 1. Talked about the Central Division. 8 teams in the Central Division. Current leader in the Central Division is Chicago Kingsmen. 12 points. They are 1 point ahead of the Dallas Exforia Giants on 11. The third place team is Kings 11 Dallas, which is 1 point away from the Exforia Giants on 10. So the top 3 teams in the Central Division are 12, 11, and 10 points respectively. The significance of that is that only the top 2 teams make it into the playoffs. Hammered away for 4. That is a good-looking shot by Arakanantha. Zishan Maksud standing at short cover, catching cover, and he might have thought that he had a chance for a catch there, but Arakanantha blasting that one over the top of the batter. Over the top of the fielder, and going away for 4. Don't think that Arakanantha has ever met a shot that he did not like, and this is one that he loves playing, that extra cover drive over the top of the captain Zishan Maksud in that short cover position. So that is his second boundary, Arakanantha. 15, make that 13 for 1. Arakanantha 11 from 6. Arnav Jam none from 5. To just get back to the point about the table, and we'll talk about that after this delivery because things are heating up in this division. Short delivery, that is a really good short ball, and you see that nod of approval there from Arakanantha because that is a brutal short delivery. Absolutely bending his back, Umar Farouk, and getting that ball up into the helmet of Arakanantha. Now, that's what you like to see here. Umpire Karthik Nachamutu wanting a concussion check. That was a very, very good short delivery. And off of the, initially I thought it was off the bat, kind of a leading edge going back in the direction of the bowler. But the fact that they're calling for a third or for a concussion check, to me would indicate that he was hit in the head. And seems to be fine, Ariakanantha. And I think the umpire obviously is going to do the right thing. Player safety is always going to be the top priority. But that was a brutal short delivery. At some point, just to give you some behind the scenes, the few gremlins are going on right now in the technology area. As soon as we have the full complement of cameras and capabilities in terms of replays and that kind of thing, we can get you caught up. But for now, the action is as you see it in the middle of the pitch. Arnav Jam, the non-striker, Ariakanantha taking a brutal short delivery. Good, short, sharp delivery. Cricket can sometimes be a brutal game, and one of the more sobering thoughts is a fast bowler with a ball in hand that has full license to hit the batter. And sometimes a good short ball is exactly what's called for. And yes, it's part of the game. You don't want to see anybody get hurt, but a fast bowler is not living into his craft if he does not use that short ball every once in a while. So that's what you saw there. Thankfully, everybody's okay. We're ready to go again. Another short delivery, skied in the air for an eternity, and it is taken. That is not an easy catch. And look at the wicket keeper sprinting all the way down to that fielder mid-on. It's the keeper Ramarpala. Catch taken at mid-on. It stayed in the air for an eternity. It absolutely did. And backpedaling, it's not necessarily very easy to take that catch backpedaling in that way, but that was well judged, and ultimately it lands in the hand of the fielder at mid-on. So that is the second wicket that falls. Good short delivery before that sort of maybe upset the rhythm of Ariakanantha. And again, of course, it's never a good thing when you get hit in the head in that way. But as a fast bowler, that's what you're trying to do. You're looking to make sure that you take that wicket, and you take wicket sometimes by using the short ball to full effect. By the way, the young man who took that catch was Abhinav Sikaram. So Abhinav Sikaram and Ariakanantha, both from the Houston area, both would have played with and against each other probably for the last 10 years or so. Both still very young. You'll see Abhinav Sikaram opening the batting later on, I would imagine. But here, his contribution to the cause is that he takes a very good swirling catch. The second wicket is down, and the two at the crease now are, to me, one of the more exciting aspects of minor league cricket. Two young men. Arnav Jam is scoreless. He's at the non-striker's end, and he's joined by his brother, Adnit Jam. Arnav Jam is about 19 years old, as I said. Adnit Jam is all of 16. But even at 16 years old, he is one of the leading batters in the side. Adnit Jam actually the second leading batter in the side in terms of aggregate number of runs, 169 runs on the season. Great delivery, goes past the outside edge. I'll tell you what, Umar Farooq is absolutely looking the part. And to the extent that you can get the ball in the right areas, you have a good short delivery. You saw evidence of it in the previous 2 balls ago. And that sort of keeps the batter in two minds. Do I want to go forward? Do I want to go back? Even though you've already had a short ball in the over, you've had the one legal short ball that you can bowl any one of the next deliveries in this over that bounces above the head of the batter, above the head or the shoulder of the batter. By definition, is another short ball. You can only have one of those, but you still have pace, and you still can use it. Look at this, another no ball. Did that fly off the edge and go to the keeper? I think that it did. And boy, could have been another wicket there. I would want to see that again just to make sure, but I believe that that may have come off the edge. Unfortunately, it would not be a wicket. And in fact, we'll have the opportunity to look at it here again shortly, but that is a good short ball, and it did not Oh, in fact, looking back at that replay on our end, look at this. See where it goes? Okay, so he did not get an edge on that. My apologies. But in any event, it's a no ball. Whether or not it had taken the edge, it has been adjudged as a no ball. So another free hit here. Interesting, just playing it into the offside. Don't know necessarily that Adnet Jam realized that that was a free hit, because one of those you want to throw the kitchen sink at it, didn't necessarily do that. But one ball remaining here in over number 3. A really good spell on the way for Umar Farouk, who for me looks the part of the fast bowler. You want to be aggressive, you want to be hostile. Again, batting at the top of the order is not for the faint of heart in cricket, and a good short delivery is always in the back of the minds of the batter, particularly after you saw Arikanantha dismissed one delivery after that short ball that he faced. Yorker length, you don't mind that at all. That's a good piece of fielding, short cover. I believe again that is the captain, Zishan Maksud. Single to close things out here in over number 3. An eventful over, just 7 runs coming from it though. End of 3, the score is 16 for 2.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Over number 4 is underway. Yet another short ball. The bowlers for the Michigan Cricket Stars have, I think, sensed a weakness in the top of the order. And both opening bowlers, first Umar Farouk and now Abhimanyu Mithun, are using the short ball with, let's say, they're using it to good effect. And until the opening batters, until the batters show the ability to handle the short ball, I think you're going to get more and more of them, because once again, it might sound almost overly aggressive, but if you are a fast bowler, if you have the capability of bowling that type of delivery, then you're not living into your craft if you don't use that ball to the full effect that you can. So a couple of dots to start over number 4. Slow going here in the power play for the St. Louis Americans. 16, make that 17 runs on the board. I said a couple of dots, my apologies. The first ball was a leg by. So 17 runs on the board. You are at the point where there's 100 deliveries remaining in the innings. Just 17 on the board. The youngsters, Arnav and Adnit Jam, the brothers, are going to try to dig their team out of a bit of a hole. And can they do it? Absolutely. Both of them are very talented. Talked about the fact that Adnit Jam is the second leading batter on the team. Second leading batter in the sense that he has 169 runs to his name in the season. 12 fours, 4 sixes, 150. That scores 53. Scored that, if I'm not mistaken, last week. Strike rate of 108. Average of 42. So for a top order batter, those are excellent numbers. Maybe you'd want to get that strike rate up a little bit, but again, bearing in mind that this young man is all of 16 years old, and then his older brother Arnav, 79 runs on the season, high score of 36, average of 16, but he's a better batter than that. And of course, it doesn't help when the scorecard says A-Jam and A-Jam. So one is Adnit, one is Arnav. It is Arnav who is at the non-strikers, and Adnit Jam is the man on strike. Went past the bat a couple of times. In fact, more than a couple of times now. 3 straight dot balls after that leg by. So nothing off the bat yet in this over. St. Louis Americans Again, at the bottom of the table, more so playing for pride. I said the bottom of the table. They're the 7th ranked team out of 8. So the last 2 teams in the divisions who are playing right now. Going for a quick single here. That looks like another leg bye to me. And there's a signal from umpire Kartik Nachimutu. So you're now at the stage where you start thinking in terms of projections. I said earlier that the team that bats first in this tournament, or at least on this pitch, on this field, averages 190. You saw in last night's game a barn burner. The Houston make that the Dallas X4 Giants batting first, being asked to bat by Kings 11 Dallas, and they scored 192. So that's right in line with what the teams batting first have scored. But as of right now, they're a long way away from that. As a dot ball closes things out, nothing off the bat in that over, just 2 runs overall, both of them leg byes. End of over number 4, 18 for 2.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
$18 for 2. The brothers Arnav and Adnit Jam are batting, and they're finding it hard to get through really disciplined, hostile fast bowling by Umar Farooq and Abhimanyu Mithun. It's going to be a change in bowling as the bowler coming now from the northern end of the ground. Or is it it is Vedant Patak, who is your new bowler, bowling from, again, the theater and the northern end of the ground here in Grand Prairie. Vedant Patak looking to see if he can capitalize, or at least some way ride the momentum generated from the fast start with the ball for Umar Farooq and Abhimanyu Mithun. Appeal. Umpire. If you've not seen umpire Samir Bandekar before, that is a good indicator of it right there. Number 1, he says not out, but number 2, he does not like when the fielders are rushing at him appealing, and I don't mind that at all. You'll see him immediately say, first of all, it's not out. Second of all, please stop running in my direction. Old school umpiring that way, Samir Bandekar, and I think that's an excellent characteristic. Sometimes the fielders, especially when the bowling side is on top, tend to go over the top with the appeals, and that is struck to the left of mid-off. Get a single here, Adnit Jam. But going back to umpire Samir Bandekar, very experienced, of course, been around for a really long time. And yes, your aim as an umpire is to get every decision right, but I think the thing that Samir Bandekar does best is to remind the fielders or the players on the field that the umpire is still the umpire. And so over-the-top appeals, I think, are something that he frowns upon, and I don't mind that at all. Kind of see how that develops the rest of the way here, but something to pay attention to. And the umpire at the other end, square leg, currently at square leg, Kartik Nachimutu. Big slash and a miss, too far outside the line of off stump. That is extra number 6 for the day. That is the first wide. You had 2 no balls and 3 leg byes. With that wide, you have 6 extras, and those 6 extras constitute 30% of the runs that have been scored. So they're finding it hard to get the ball off of the square, this pair. And just seeing a little bit here, Vedant Patak wanting a change in the field. You're still inside the power play. Still another 10 balls remaining inside the power play. Adnit Jam on strike. I'm sorry, Arnav Jam on strike. Big wind up going going down the ground. There's a fielder in the deep at long on. So mentioned that you're inside the power play. Only 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle. In those 2 fielders for Adnit Jam, make that for Arnav Jam, are down at long on and square leg. Field changes for Adnit Jam, or does it? No, the field is going back to what it was before. It is now long on and square leg. The same fielding position right now for both brothers. And let's see exactly whether you can get anything going here. Off the back foot, Zishan Maksud. As captain, Zishan Maksud, from memory, is the former captain of Oman, I believe. These days makes his living here in the US. You'll see him at some point with his left arm orthodox, really terrific bowler, and then a destructive lower order batter. Helps this one off the hips with Shrivastava coming off of the ropes. Oh my goodness, good throw, but good running, even better running. This pair, obviously, you would think would have played cricket together probably since birth, or at least since Adnit's birth, and good understanding between each other. So even though Utkar Shrivastava is very quick across the ground, still couldn't prevent that second run. So 4 from 11 is what you have off of the bat for Arnav Jam. And then there you see the figures for Adnit Jam. Looking to advance down the track. Wants to get things going, not quite getting the ball anywhere near the middle of the bat. In fact, missed it entirely. So that is a dot ball to close out over number 5. You're 4th of the way through the innings. 23 runs on the board, 23 for 2.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
23 for 2, 5 deliveries in the books. Last over the power play about to be bowled by Abhimanyu Mithun. Saw 2 good overs from him before. And now he'll be bowling the last over of the power play, as I said. Down the leg side, that is a good take. He saves 4 runs there behind the stumps. That is Ramrapala. 24 runs on the board in a game that, again, is the precursor to a barn burner of a match this evening. It's going to be the same 2 teams that played last night. The Dallas Exforia Giants, who are now the number 2 team, versus Kings 11 Dallas, who are the number 3 team on the outside looking in. I'll say more about that in a minute, because that is an important sort of storyline the rest of the way. That's going to be a leg bye. So let's talk about that for a second. In the Central Division, you only have 2 teams that make it through to the playoffs. Of 8 teams, as you see on the chart, the top 2 are the ones that get through. Chicago Kingsmen, Dallas Exforia Giants, they're 1 and 2. But look at the 2 and then look at 3. The second column from the right, Dallas Exforia Giants on 11 points, Kings 11 Dallas on 10 points, which means, as we see back to live action, you get 2 points for every win. So obviously, if you go through today and have the Kings 11 Dallas beat the Exforia Giants, they will leapfrog them and be back in second place. If the Exforia Giants win today, they remain in second place and effectively close the season for Kings 11 Dallas. And speaking of that, one major piece of information as we go through the schedule the rest of the way, the Kingsmen are playing against the Chicago Tigers. The Chicago Kingsmen batting first in that match scored 157. The Tigers chasing are 89 for 4, meaning that they need another 69 runs for victory in the next 39 balls. It is a stiff ask. It's not going to be easy getting that. And I will tell you that if the Chicago Kingsmen win that game, effectively the season is into their number one position in the standings is solidified. So back to the chart again. The Kingsmen, 12 points. If they win today, and as of right now they appear to be on the way to doing just that, they will be at 14 points with one more, I believe, to go, or this may be their last one. But in any event, if they're at 14 points, then nobody else can catch them. If they lose, and it's not impossible, but if they did lose, boy, the cat will be amongst the pigeons at that stage. Oh, straight to slip. That is the last that you'll see from Adnit Jam today with the bat. Thick edge. Goes for the big drive, and again the good hostile fast bowling continues from the Michigan Cricket Stars. It is Abhimanyu Mithun with the wicket. That's the end of Adnit Jam. Unfortunately for him, 4 from 15 is all he was able to contribute. Look at this again. Good delivery. And just going for the drive. Maybe the ball not quite there for the shot that he was playing. Looking to drive. And I would think if the ball were a little bit fuller, it would have been a shot that would have been on. But that ball probably just short of driving length. It's more of a top of off type of length. In other words, that ball would have been bouncing to hit the top of off stump. Adnit Jam playing the drive that would have indicated that ball should have been fuller. At least he played a shot that you'd play to a ball that's fuller. Unfortunately for him, he is dismissed. And so that is the end of the day for the bat, with the bat for Adnit Jam. Fortunately, you have the opportunity to come back in the field and see what you can do later. But as of right now, nothing else doing with the bat, and the St. Louis Cardinals. St. Louis Americans continue to struggle here. Difficult time as a new batter coming to the crease. This is going to be Saif Badar. Saif Badar, who is, you could probably make the argument that he is their best batter. Batting at number 5, to me, Saif Badar is a top order batter. There's see his career, 14 matches, 247 runs, and thrown in 7 wickets to boot. You've also seen Saif Badar at the major league level. Tremendous athlete, tremendous talent. Played recently this past season for the Los Angeles Knight Riders in the major leagues. And his job now is to stick with Arnav Jam and get his team out of some trouble. Oh, watches this one go through. Look at this. Good piece of keeping before for Ramarpala, but this one really should have been collected. Lets it burst through the gloves, and they give up a bonus run. That's really a bye that in theory would not have presented much difficulty for the keeper. Just not able to collect it, Ramarpala. So going into the last over, make that the last ball here of over number 6. Power play is about to be finished. Only 26 runs on the board and 3 wickets down. So that obviously makes a big difference in terms of how you plan the rest of the way. You're falling behind. A projected score as of right now is 89. Goes fishing at this one. Arnav Jam not able to get anything on it. Excellent over from Abhimanyu Mithun. He's bowled 3. He's only conceded 9. Excellent stuff from the fast bowlers to start this innings. The St. Louis Americans are 26 for 3. Quick look at the teams. Saw Norman Anwar, Eric Anantha both dismissed already. Arnav Jam still there. Adnit Jam and Saif Badar and Maez Vekar The veteran Nasir Jamali leading the bowlers. And then for the Michigan Cricket Stars, Utkar Srivastava, exciting young talent, Mabdul Waqar Salim, Kiran Kumar Reddy Vade, Abhinav Sikaram, I talked about him earlier, Vedant Pathak, Kuram Nawaz, Abhimani Mithun, Umar Farooq, Ahmad Alam, Ram Ripala, and the last name on there is Captain Zishan Maksud. So, talented side, probably both teams will think that they didn't quite get what they needed out of the season so far. This is going to be 4 runs, a little bit of width offered by Vedant Pathak, and he's cut away for 4. So Safadar does not need an invitation to play that shot. Look at this ball, wide and intentionally opening the face and cutting it behind the fielder at backward point. Safadar is an excellent batter. You will see evidence of that throughout the innings, and I hope I'm not jinxing him, but one of the more talented young cricketers that you'll see anywhere. I say young, he's probably around 27 years old, 26, 27. But certainly comparing it to, say, somebody my vintage, that is, I think I have cricket bats older than that. But Vedant Pathak wants that ball to be closer to off stump. Oh, lovely looking shot. They'll get a couple of runs here probably. Yeah, pretty straightforward double. Talked yesterday, if you were with us, that this pitch that we're playing on today, it is the 3rd easternmost pitch in this ground, which means that that's about as close to being in the center of the playing area as you can. That gives you a good look at it right there, that the big dark green area in the middle is all of 8 pitches, and you use each one depending on the objective of the groundskeeper David Agnew. Obviously you want to make sure that you get enough use out of all of them. Don't want to overuse any. And then certainly in some instances, if you're using, for example, the one that is either to the far east or the far west, you might have a disproportionate size ground. In some configurations, the leg side field or the leg side boundary is about 80 yards. In this configuration, playing on field number 6, it is about as dead center as you can be. 74 yards to the west, 72 yards to the east. Run out opportunity. Oh, not the best of throws. And then I believe that he hits the runner in the back. So that would not have felt very good. Look at this again. Played into the leg side. Clean pickup, but this throw, oh. Yeah, he wore that one in the back there. Safadar, that's not going to feel very good at all. And one thing that you have to pay attention to, though, even with the knowledge that the ball is probably going to hit you, it's still your responsibility to slide the bat across the line, across the crease. I don't know if we have the chance to go back and look at that last play, but I think Safadar will want to have kept his bat on the ground as he ran through the crease. So 1 ball remaining here in over number 7. 33 runs on the board. And the going continues to be tough here for the St. Louis Americans. Wanting to make sure that you get yourself off to the type of start that would justify your position here in the minor leagues. Want to make sure that you give a good account for yourself. Played into the offside, no run. That is the end of over number 7, 33 for 3. $33 for 3. Safadar 7 from 5. Arnav Jam 2 from 13. And change in bowling, and I believe this is going to be the captain himself. Mentioned him earlier, Zishan Maksud. And he's a left-arm orthodox bowler. Bowling now to Safadar. This is an interesting matchup. The left-arm orthodox looking to turn the ball away from Safadar, who is very strong over extra cover. So if you play with the turn, that would seem to be an opportunity for you to score runs if you're Safadar. But at the same time, you're not necessarily looking to be overly expressive with the bat in hand at this stage. I think you're looking to solidify, maybe get to the water break at the 10 over break with maybe 60 or so on the board, and then maybe not quite 60, maybe 50, and then see how you can accelerate in the last several overs in this innings. Down the leg side here, this is going to be a leg by, I believe. Here's the signal from umpire Karthik Nachimutu. So you'll see, no question, that there is a good start here for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Single down the ground. So you've put yourself in a position where there's a lot of effort being put into your last weekend here in the minor leagues. And as I said earlier, you just want to be able to give a good account for yourself. So back to Zishan Maksud. As I said earlier, he is a former captain of the Oman national side. Played for Oman for a number of years, but these days playing here in the minor league system in the U.S. 37 years old, so he's not a young guy anymore. T20s, he scored in his career 1,300 runs with a high score of 102, so he absolutely can help himself with the bat. And then bowling in T20s, 51 wickets, an average of 22, economy rate of 6.47, so about a run a ball is what you can expect from him. But very, very good all-round cricketer, and certainly leadership that he has at age 37 is something that the young guys on the team will definitely benefit from. So you're going along here, little by little, you're trying to get to the point where you get the type of start that will make your decision to bat first worth it. That is in the air. Will it land safely? It will not. That is a great piece of fielding coming off of the boundary at deep cover. It is Kiran Kumar Reddy Vade who came running in, and that was a really good catch because, number one, he's looking to take the catch itself, and then number two, his one eye is on Utkarsh Shrivastava, who's also running back from mid-off. So look at this. The ball skied in the air, top edge, and from, you see, here comes Kumaredi Vade, and he would have had Utkarsh Shrivastava in his line of sight at the same time, looking to at the same time avoid a collision as well as take the catch. That is good cricket all the way around, and a good clean catch taken. That is wicket number 4 that goes down. That is the end, unfortunately, for Arnav Jam. 2 from 16. Safadar still there, 10 from 8. But things do start becoming more and more difficult. Safadar on the left will, I think, have to have a talk with his partner. New partner coming to the crease. And I'll tell you that essentially things get more and more difficult at this stage. So the decision to bowl first by Zishan Maksud is one that is paying off. Certainly paying off big dividends. The new batter is going to be Maiz Vekar. Maiz Vekar, along with Safadar, to me, their job is just to get through the water break, get through to the next couple of overs, and then reassess where you are. So that last wicket that fell, that was the last ball. Look again at this catch. Look at the ball or the fielder coming in from the center of your screen, and just there you see he would have been approaching Utkarsh Shrivastava from his right. And so overall that becomes a really good piece of cricket. So very, very good passage of play here for the Michigan Cricket Stars. And your position now becomes that much more solidified. So things become more and more difficult. Maizvekar. Safadar again, the one who is, for me, probably the most important batter the rest of the way, because not only is he going to have to help score runs, but he has to hold the middle order together. And sometimes doing that, holding the middle order together, requires that you go out of your natural game. That's going to be something to pay attention to see whether or not he's able to find that balance between playing his natural game and then looking to make sure that his team doesn't lose any more wickets. Oh, lovely looking shot that's run away down the hill, but there's deep third in position. Good shot there, just opening the face of the bat, running it off the outer edge of the bat. And you can do that, nurdle the ball around, essentially put yourself in the position of being able to get those singles when they present themselves. The overall scoring rate at this stage is 4.85, a long way away from respectability, and you would think that they'd want to find a way to accelerate at some point, but you have to get through really good disciplined bowling here for the Michigan Cricket Stars. End of over number 40, over number 8, a couple of deliveries ago, but now 41 for 4 is your score. Wanting to make sure that you get everything in the direction that it needs to be in. You want the momentum to stay with you. As a bowling side, you're getting good productivity from these bowlers, and you want to maintain that. Looking for a single here. I'll tell you what, not only do they get the single, but then they get the overthrow. The keeper himself, Ramarpala, looking to be probably a little greedy, wanting the run out at the non-striker's end and nobody backing up. So end up giving away an additional run, and I believe those were leg byes. Didn't see the signal from umpire Samir Bandekar, but we'll wait to see. Okay, just signaled us 2 runs, so not quite the type of start that you'd want with the bat for the St. Louis Americans, but still a long way to go. Looking to play that one off the back foot, not getting anything on it. So scoring essentially has been very difficult in the last several deliveries. And when you're getting to the point now where you're looking at the last 11 overs of the innings, 11 overs and 1 ball, your challenge is going to be to try to find ways of manufacturing runs. Appeal, gone. Big wicket that. So it is Maizvekar who looks to play on the leg side, goes across the line and does not make any contact. To me, that looks that it's dead in front. I want to see what that replay looks like, but I think on first look, I believe that umpire Samir Bandekar gets this right. Look at this replay. Look at that ball tail back in. Oh, that is a great delivery. About the only question to be asked is it outside the line of off stump? Might be able to take another look at that again, and we'll get a look to see whether or not that was in line with off stump or maybe just outside. Of course, for those unfamiliar with the rules of leg before wicket, if the batter is playing a shot and he is impacted outside of the line of off stump, by definition that would not be out. So about the only thing that umpire Samir Bandekar would have had to decide is, was that ball in line with off stump or is it impacting the batter outside the line of off stump? No question to me that that ball would have smashed into that off stump, maybe middle and off. But the question to be asked is, was it in line or was he just outside the line of off stump? If we get the chance to go back and look at that, we might be able to do it. In the meantime, it's going to be Joshua Kind joining Safadar. Joshua Kind, the young man who lives in the St. Louis area originally from South Africa, but has made his living here for several years now. And I remember this because maybe saw him for the first time in 2015 in a youth tournament in St. Louis. So once again, he has been around forever. Talked about Arnav Jam earlier, saw him at that same tournament. In fact, candidly and personally, Arnav Jam played on the same team as my son in that tournament. So a lot of trouble here. You've gotten through 5 overs, I'll make that 9 overs, 5 runs coming from that last over, but all of a sudden you're into over number 10 and still nowhere near the type of total on the board that you'd want. 44 runs doesn't intimidate very many batting sides, and these days with Zishan Maksud doing what he does, bowling to the right-handers, left arm orthodox bowler, turning the ball away from the right-handers, things become more and more difficult at this stage. And so your choices then become trying to manufacture a way to find exactly how you're going to get runs. Safadar is a very good batter, as I said. Ideally, if you're coming in at number 5, you'd ordinarily be thinking, okay, I'll come in at maybe the 12th, 13th over, and I can throw my bat around a little bit. Certainly a different role here. But he's throwing the bat anyway, and it's going down the ground. One bounce in front of the fielder at long off. That is Ahmad Alam, I believe. I'll confirm that shortly, but in any event, it has gotten to the point where you're starting to hit desperation stage. Short delivery, cut away, and a lot of work in the deep. Kiran Kumar Redivadi sprints the 30 yards or so to his left. Can't prevent a couple of runs from scoring. So things, again, have started to make the point that things are going to be more and more difficult at this stage, because you've now gotten yourself in a bit of a tricky position. Zishan Maksud, the captain, is spinning a web. Just 48 runs on the board, the last ball before over number 10. They cannot get a single there. Excellent work by the Michigan Cricket Stars. Halfway through the innings, 48 for 5. So here's that LBW shot. We talked about that earlier. We want to see whether or not this ball would have impacted outside the line of off stump. Can't really tell from that last replay. The replay, this should tell us here. Look, this right here, the off stump is right about where the ball hits, and that to me looks just about in line. That's not the most precise line that I just drew, but to me that impact is just in line with off stump. So I think umpire Samir Bandekar got that one right. Let's see if we can zoom in on that. And let's see. Yes, you can just see the off stump behind and right between the bat and the pad there. So you can actually see the off stump. So it's not outside the line of off stump. An excellent decision by Samir Bandekar, and good camera work to be able to catch that. So the players are taking a water break. We'll take a short break ourselves. 48 for 5. St. Louis Americans are struggling. So that tells the story there. The St. Louis Americans 48 for 5 after having been inserted into bat. And again, to emphasize the point I made earlier, the average score batting first in this stadium is 100, at least this season, is 193. So with that as a backdrop, fair to say that 193 is nowhere near the realistic target for the St. Louis Americans. As of right now, you're looking at a run a ball gets you to 108. 9 runs and over gets you to 138. For me, 9 runs and over would probably be a bit of a stretch given that you're batting with the bottom order. Joshua Kind is a good young cricketer. Safadar is a good, excellent all-round batter. But I think that becomes a very steep ask, and this bowling side has been really good so far. So now for the first time, you have a new bowler. This is going to be Ahmad Alam. Bowling from the forest end. The forest end, my apologies. The northern end of the ground, which is the theater end here in Grand Prairie. The forest end is actually in Prairie View. That's about 250 miles from where we are right now. So let's just say it's an entirely different stadium. So Ahmad Alam starting, looking to make sure that he keeps up the pressure. That pressure that has been built has been very effective. The bowlers for me have all been very good and succeeding very well in limiting any scoring opportunities. Just 3 fours struck already. Is this the 4th? It will not be the 4th. Good work in the deep. And when you have a team in trouble, the best thing that you can do is to maintain the pressure that you have them under. And when that pressure continues to build, that's technically where your wickets can come from. So Ahmad Alam continuing a good over here. The overall scoring rate has not been anywhere near what you'd like for it to be. With that single, the scoring rate is now 4.88. Projected score of 98, which is just about 100 runs fewer than what the average team batting first in this tournament in this stadium has been able to achieve. So the last ball coming up here, over number 11. Pretty straightforward, working this one into the leg side. The comeback for a second run. It's good work in the deep. You saw Kiran Kumar Redivadi with a good catch earlier. And conceding just 2 runs here. 6 runs coming from the over, which, believe it or not, represents an improvement over the overall scoring rate. 54 for 5 after 11. So 54 for 5, partnership worth 11. Doesn't sound like much, but the rest of the partnerships for this entire match have not been much better. First wicket partnership was 1. Second wicket partnership was 12. Also the same number for the third wicket partnership. Fourth wicket partnership, 13. And the fifth wicket partnership was 5. So not a lot to write home about, unfortunately, for St. Louis. And Joshua Kind and Safadar, both with work to do. You could probably make the argument that these are the last two recognized batters. Zishan Maqsood continuing into his third over, only conceded 10 runs after that single down to long off. And with the captain himself about to bowl his third, you start thinking what the resources are going to be like the rest of the way. Down the leg side, that's going to be wide. The reaction from Joshua Kind there tells you that you think, or it appears as though he thinks that he could have gotten more out of that ball down the leg side than he actually did. So you're down to the last 51 balls of the innings. This pair again starting to try to put something together. It does not sound like much, ladies and gentlemen. The partnership now worth 15, but 15 actually represents the highest partnership in the innings so far. So you'd want plenty more out of this pair, getting in the right position in terms of where they are. Coming back for the second run. That's good aggressive running. You want to see this pair try to manufacture runs from somewhere. You can get runs by hitting big 4s and 6s, or you can simply display a sense of urgency running between the wickets, and all of a sudden I think that puts you in a position to where you can hopefully manufacture something around 125, 130. This will help. That's down the leg side. Let's see if there's any bat on it. It goes away. Yep, glanced away by, I believe, Safadar. Yep, Safadar gets that one. A beneficiary of a very straight delivery and helps himself to 4 runs down the leg side. That's really well played. Looking back at that replay, very straight delivery. Zishan Maqsood probably wants that ball more on the line of off stump. End of over number 12. Believe it or not, 10 runs come from that over, and that represents the biggest over in the innings so far. 64 for 5 after 12. And by the way, just got information from another coach, not another coach, a coach who's listening. And that coach appears to think that the favorite mode of dismissal in terms of analysis is LBW. And so anytime we get the chance to go through those rules, we'll try to get the opportunity to put them on the screen and break down any one of those LBW shouts that we can get. One of the more complicated rules in cricket, or more complicated decisions in cricket, it is at the same time the most straightforward and the most complex rule. We'll get the opportunity to go through some of those a little bit later sometime. We'll see another LBW shout and then we'll break it down to the extent that we can. In the meantime, back to Ahmad Alam into his second over. First over just went for 6. Oh, cheeky. That is a good looking shot. Dropping it down to short third. Joshua Kind 9 from 10. Safadar 24 from 20. Tossed up. They want a single. It's going to be close. Oh, excellent running by Joshua Kind. I'll tell you what, because he took off belatedly, Joshua Kind. And so for a split second, that interaction between he and Safadar wasn't exactly the cleanest, but his athleticism, Joshua Kind, got him over the line. Short, goes for the pull and gets dismissed. Flat, quick through the air from Ahmad Alam, and Joshua Kind's eyes lit up when he saw the short ball, but he did not figure that it was going to be the quicker one. It gets right through him, and that is wicket number 6. Oh, look at this again. Flat and quick. Look how quick this ball is. No, didn't toss it up at all. And pushes it through at pace. Joshua Trump, different player. Joshua Kind looking to play that one square of the wickets. In retrospect, with the fact that the ball did not bounce that high, he probably should have wanted to keep that one in the V. Not quite able to do that and loses his middle stump. That is wicket number 6. Take a look at this again. Pushes the ball through at pace. That's a good representation of it from that angle. Look at the shot from Joshua Kind. Saw his eyes light up because it was going to be because it was a shorter ball, but once again, not quite accounting for the fact that it was tossed up. And it has just been highlighted to me by yet another astute listener that the score right now is 66 for 6. So that is a very devilish score for the St. Louis Americans. Hope there are no black cats running around here. Of course, Halloween coming up in another 5 weeks or so. And it puts us in the position here of thinking, all right, if you have 6 wickets down, 66 runs on the board, how far can you get? And with the new batter in now, the captain, Abhimanyu Lamba, is at the crease. He's primarily a fast bowler. Don't know that he'd feature or he'd want to be featuring with the bat so early in this match. Plays it in the offside for a single immediately getting off the mark, Abhimanyu Lamba. So 66 for 6. That's very interesting. You have all 6s there. And that score having been changed now, so there's a little bit of an anticlimactic feel to that point I was trying to make. But it may just all be on the shoulders here of Safadar. Ahmad Alam, last ball, looking to dab it behind point. Misses out on the attempted dab. That is the end of yet another successful over for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Ahmad Alam, 9 runs conceded from his 2 overs bowled. End of over number 13. The score is 67 for 6. Zishan Maksud to bowl his final over. Excellent figure so far. And we'll take a look at what Zishan Maksud's figures look like, but he's been very, very frugal. Cannot get anything going with the bat. There you go. 3.1 overs, 1 for 18. Starting out with a dot here. Oh, tricky. One just rushing on to Abhimanyu Lamba. So a couple of dots to start over number 14. You've gotten yourself in a pretty difficult position here if you're the St. Louis Americans. This is probably the last time that we'll even need to mention it, but the team batting first this season in this stadium has averaged 190. You are a fair distance away from that right now. St. Louis Americans, if you go 9 runs and over from here, then you will get to 127. And that's not, to me, any score that would necessarily challenge the Michigan Cricket Stars on a perfect batting wicket and really just lightning quick outfield. Tossed up. This is catchable. Clean as a whistle. That is a second catch taken by Kiran Kumar Reddy Vadi. Wicket number 7 is down. Saif Badar, the big fish, is the man who has been dismissed. And this essentially becomes academic at this point. It feels 68 runs on the board, and it about the only intrigue at this stage as far as this innings is concerned is, will the Michigan Cricket Stars bowl out the St. Louis Americans? See that catch again. Pretty straightforward in the deep, and he has a very safe pair of hands, Kiran Kumar Reddy Vadi, taking that one without any fuss whatsoever. So you're down to the last 2 balls in the day for Zishan Maksud. but his efforts with the ball cannot be overstated. Has been excellent. And in fact, not just with the ball, his efforts as the captain, making the bowling changes that he has, and putting his team in a position, a very dominant position in this game. The new batter is going to be Mohamed Ilyas. Mohamed Ilyas joining up with his captain, Abimanu Lamba. Mohamed Ilyas is a fast bowler. And I think that you've seen where the evidence would suggest that you are going to have trouble getting through this entire innings. This is going to land safely again in front of that same fielder we talked about earlier, the one who just took that catch. That's going to be Kiran Kumar Redivade. So you're down to the last ball of the day for the captain, Zishan Maksud. Oh, tossed up, and how did that get through? See what umpire Karthik Nachimuthu signals here. Those are byes, or that is a bye. So great spell from Zishan Maksud. Excellent bowling overall. 20 runs from his 5 overs, make that his 4 overs. And in that last over, he took the big wicket of Safadar. So, end of 14, the score is 70 for 7. So you'll likely see this pair later, Mohamed Ilyas and Abimanu Lamba, open the bowling. I don't think that they thought that they'd be batting in tandem as you get through the back end of this innings. It, I think, is a measure of the tremendous stranglehold that the Michigan Cricket Stars have on this game. So this is going to be Ahmad Alam into his 3rd over. Bowled over 11, that went for 10 runs, but then, I'm sorry, over 11 went for 6 runs, and then over 13 went for 3 runs. So only conceding 9 from the first 2 overs he bowled. Tossed up, that is struck down the ground. That is the first 6 of the match. That is well hit. Mohamed Ilyas, probably the stereotypical fast bowler who is burly and strong, and if you get it in the wrong area, he will make you pay for it. Look at this. Tossed up and drilled down the ground. I don't know if we can, in fact, that we might have the chance to see that again, because I want to highlight where that ball landed. Look where this ball lands, as we see the replay coming up shortly. The ball lands in what can most accurately be described as the slot. That is in perfect driving range for Mohamed Ilyas. I don't mind you tossing the ball up to the big fast bowler, but if you toss it up, it has to be at a length that makes him have to come out of his crease for it. Down the leg side, more runs here. You've gotten at least 2 of them, and in fact it will go all the way for 4, and that's trouble, because not only did that one go for 6, or the previous ball go for 6, that one is just didn't hit anything at all. So it's 5 wides. So you've certainly gotten yourself into a good position here. Really just 12 runs from the over already in 1 legal ball delivered. So that's put you in, if not an enviable position, at least a position that makes it difficult. Look at this. Oh, shambolic. Ram Rapala, all he had to do was collect that ball and whip the stumps off, and somehow he's not able to affect the run out. Look at this. Straight forward. The ball comes in. He's nowhere close. In fairness, that ball bounced a little bit on him, but still had, to me, enough time to collect that ball and disturb the stumps. Not able to do it. That should have been wicket number 8. Swept, or at least he attempted to sweep it. It only sort of ricocheted into the short leg side area. And boy, things are now getting more and more difficult, because you would think that that would have presented an opportunity for you to take another wicket. Tossed up around the leg side. Yet again, it's going to be Kiran Kumar Redivade. So 1 ball remaining here in the 15th over. 3/4 of the way through the innings. And you would think that this is putting you in the position to increase the stranglehold on this match. There he goes again. This is going to be 6 more. So didn't quite get the chance to look at that replay I wanted to see earlier, but this is symbolic of the type of delivery that I said you don't want to bowl to the big fast bowler. If you toss it up, you don't mind tossing it up. Take a look at this, where this ball lands. I don't want to look at that again, because where this ball is landing is right in the slot. And if it's in the slot, the fast bowler does not have to use his feet to come out of the crease to try to get to it. Essentially, it's there sitting on a tee, and he can put that away with ease. Look at this, where this ball is landing in that area. And if it lands there in that box, he does not need to use his feet to come out, and he simply can just swing for the fences. And that is, for me, a delivery that you probably not want to bowl, really, to neither a top order batter or low order batter, because of the fact that he doesn't need to leave, or to use his feet, doesn't need to leave the crease. If you get it so full that the batter is able to just tee off from the crease, that's where you're asking for trouble. And Mohamed Ilyas, the big strapping fast bowler, can take advantage. So believe it or not, 20 runs came from that last over. That essentially is easily the best over the inning so far. The partnership between these two is building, and I think you found some evidence that they want to start pulling things back. The Michigan Cricket Stars have lost just a bit of the luster from their fast start, 90 for 7 after 15.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
It's interesting that you see the shot being rehearsed there by Mohamed Ilyas. And that shot is the one that he played twice in this match. In this last over, in fact. Waqas Salim is your new bowler. Bowling from the river and the southern end of the ground here in Grand Prairie. Played back to the bowler himself, no run. So Waqas Salim is going to want to, I would think, keep the ball in the right areas. Just don't want to overpitch it. Don't want it to be too short. Just get the ball in the area that has the batter coming forward. Lofted. Is this catchable? It stays in the air for an eternity. And look at that catch. That is brilliant. Sprinting in off of the ropes at long off. And he comes in and takes a brilliant catch. Ahmad Alam is the man with that catch. Wicket number 8 goes down, 90 runs on the board, and the St. Louis Americans are running out of bodies. So take a look at this again. Looking for the big hit. Running in like that is never easy. Look at that celebration. Look at that celebration. Not exactly sure what that is. We might have to get a clarification on that exact dance move later on from Mr. Waqas Salim. But it doesn't matter. If you take wickets, you can celebrate in any way that you want. And this is wicket number 8 down. So, boy, you've gotten yourself in a tricky position here. I think it's safe to say that a score of maybe north of 150 may just be beyond reach. 10 runs and over from here gets you to 140. But bearing in mind that you still only have 2 wickets left. And with 2 wickets down, that puts you, or 2 wickets left, you have to curb your aggression in terms of how you go after the potential runs that you're going for. Nasir Jamali, talked about him earlier. He's a left-handed fast bowler, but he is a right-handed batter. Opens the face, runs it down the hill like a proper number 3 batter. Look at that effort in the deep. It is unsuccessful. Nasir Jamali showing the top order how it's done. Opening the face and running it fine for 4. Look at this. Absolutely intentional. That is not off the edge. That is off the middle of the bat. So he opened the face. Ball running away down the hill. Excellent efforts in the deep. Abhinav Sikaram, the young man who was after that one but couldn't get anything on it. So 94 for 8. You still have another 2 balls remaining here in over number 16. And to the extent that you are essentially running out of time, that makes things difficult. In the air, down the ground. It's going to land a couple of times, and that becomes the end of over number 16, 95 for 8. So 95 for 8. Partnership worth 5 for what that's worth. Mohamed Elias 14 from 5. Nasir Jamali 5 from 4. Waqas Salim bowled over number 16. For me, good bowler. I think you've seen much evidence that he has not lived into his reputation. Waqas Salim, 5th ranked bowler on the side, 86 runs conceded, 2 wickets taken. Economy rate is much higher than he'd like for it to be, 9.56. But let's just say you're needing to put yourself in the position to be somewhat competitive here. Single taken. That essentially is how you can get through the next several minutes of play, because as of right now you're looking at a score that is still well south of par. With that single that you just got to start over number 17, only 96 runs on the board. Can you get 10 runs and over? Can you get to 134? Play it past the bowler himself. In order to get 10 runs and over, you'd have to be more intentional about looking for those scoring opportunities. A couple of singles to start over number 17. You're down to the last 22 balls of the innings. If you wanted to point to a sign of something positive happening for the St. Louis Americans, their last 5 overs, they've scored 41 runs. Short delivery. This may be wide. No wide signal. That is 1 for the over. Certainly 1 for the over. Abhimani Mitton is the bowler who's coming in to bowl his last over here. bend his back and get that bounce, but essentially became just a loopy sort of a bounce. Didn't get any aggression on it, couldn't get it to go sort of in the rib cage of the batter, which is where you want your short balls to go. Sliced away off the edge. Deep third is after it, will not get there. That is 4. A welcome boundary. And that is only the 6th boundary hit for the day. 2 6s. You see that ball sliced off the edge. And what can you get done here? Can you somehow manufacture 10, 11, 12 runs and over the rest of the way? 10 and over from here gets you to 136. So that doesn't, to me, augur well for you as a bowling side, having just been bowled out for 136. Looks to chop this one away. Might just consider himself lucky that did not get by the keeper. Had a bit of an indifferent day behind the stumps. Ramarpala. Some dismissals that you could probably argue that there's certainly one dismissal, the run out that was missed. And in a couple of other instances, maybe slightly the decision making didn't exactly comport with what you need from that position. Yorker length, yes, no, but they'll eventually get there. So that puts you in a little bit of a better position. 7 runs coming from the over. Run rate exactly a run a ball. 102 for 8 after 17.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
Farouk, 2 overs, 8 runs, 2 wickets. Cannot ask for more from your spearhead. And he's bowling now to the bottom of the order. Farouk bowling in number 18, so in theory he'd also be able to bowl number 20. Play to mid off. This is a single that essentially presents itself every time, but singles alone will not do it at this stage. 102 on the board, or 103 after that single, but you've gotten yourself into a really bad situation here, St. Louis Americans, and the Michigan Cricket Stars looking to see how they can overcome this fast start. Oh, it's going to go away for more runs, 4 additional runs. Signal from umpire Karthik Nachimutu says that it is runs off the bat. Take a look at this again. Oh, no question, that was off the edge. Inside edge, could have gone onto leg stump any other day. This day, it goes by the outside edge. I'm sorry, the inside edge, and that gives you very fortuitous runs. Certainly didn't mean it to go there. Mohamed Ilyas, 19 from 7, though. It's a good contribution with him from the bat. You'll see him with the ball later, but as of right now, you want to take advantage of any opportunities that you get with the bat. Down the ground, that's a big hit. And that goes all the way for 6. Mohamed Ilyas up to 25 from 8. And that shot was a shot of intent. Look at that ball sail over the top for 6. So you want plenty more of that. And to the extent that you still have another 15 balls to go, how much can you sort of capitalize on the fast start, or at least the fast over that you've gotten here? You've put yourself into the position where the captain needs to have a chat with his premier bowler. Bit of a break because I think we're having trouble with the ball. Anyway, that gives us a chance to look back at the game we talked about earlier, Chicago Kingsmen against the Chicago Tigers. It's now official, the Chicago Kingsmen winning that game. Pretty straightforward, winning it by 19 runs, but it never really seemed to be that close. The luminaries in that game for the Kingsmen, you can always expect that they would be a dominant side, and they scored 157. Most of the scoring done by the top order. Ramiz Raja 41 from 47, Saad Ali 46 from 29, Captain Hamad Azam 25 from 17, and the Chicago Tigers not just having enough, not nearly enough actually, in the tank to challenge for that spot. That does mean, if you look at the points table, after that victory for the Chicago Kingsmen, they are on top by 3 points. So they will finish up as the leading division, or the leading team in the division. 14 points. Second in place is Dallas Exforia Giants with 11. Kings 11, Dallas 10. Kings 11, Dallas and the Dallas Exforia Giants play right here in this stadium today at, I believe it is 6 or maybe 5 local time here in the Dallas. 6, I was right the first time. 6 local time here in the Dallas area, Grand Prairie to be specific. This one is effectively a playoff game. Yes, it's the last game of the regular season, but the team that wins tonight is the second-ranked team. The team that loses tonight is out of the playoffs. So that's what you have riding on this next game that starts at 6 o'clock local time. In the meantime, a long way to go here in this game, and it feels maybe just a touch anticlimactic, given that most of the action in the division is at the top of the lineup with the top 3 teams. Chicago Tigers not able to haul over or to overhaul the total set by the Chicago Kingsmen. We just seem to have lost that graphic for the moment. We'll give you the scores as they happen. Back to Umar Farouk. Short delivery. Backing out of the way is Nasir Jamali. And if there were such a thing at one point as the fast bowlers fraternity that no longer exists, fast bowlers will bounce each other with impunity. Nasir Jamali will remember that. If he's going to be bowling later on when Umar Farouk is batting, I would imagine that you'd see something along those lines. So last ball of over number 19. Make that over number 18. Last 2 coming up, plus 1 ball. Slash and a miss. That is a dot. 12 runs come from the over, though. Another good one for the St. Louis Americans. End of 18. The score is 114 for 8.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
Over number 19 about to be bowled. It will be bowled by Vedant Patak. 3 overs in the books. 17 runs conceded, 1 wicket taken. Yorker length. Played down the ground. Looking for a quick single. No, they don't. In fact, they get a single. be able to get anything more than that. So things essentially have gotten to the point where you get more and more tricky scenarios. At the end of the day, though, if you're St. Louis, your job is right now just to figure out a way to get another 15 runs, something along those lines. How do you do that with 12 balls remaining, 2 overs left? In fact, after that single, 11 balls remaining. Yorker length dug out well by Nasir Jamali. So Nasir Jamali is no question one of the premier bowlers in the history of U.S. cricket. Left arm in swingers to the left, to the right-handed batters, outswingers to the lefties. And you'll see him, I would think, opening the bowling. Huge wind-up. Wants to go big down the ground, Mohamed Ilyas. Cannot get anything on it. Just a little bit of a trickle going down the ground for a single, but your options for getting runs are starting to disappear. Partnership worth 26, but it's not lighting the world afire. Nasir Jamali 13 from 13. Mohamed Ilyas 28 from 11. Slow delivery. It's well bowled. It's all well and good to have a slow ball in your armory, but if you don't get it in the right place, then it becomes a hit me ball. So the last ball now, Nasir Jamali, 14 from 14. So he's having a little bit of fun. Two balls remaining in the day here for Vedant Pathak. Is this catchable? No, it's not. Falls short of deep mid wicket. And just a string of singles to close out this day. $119 for 8. Can you get yourself to 130, 135? It would take some doing, but we'll see what happens. Slower again. This time, Nasir Jamali looking quizzically at the pitch. End of the over. Last over coming up, 5 runs coming from it. 119 for 8 is your score.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
So the last over about to be bowled, and it will be bowled by Umar Farouk. Excellent spell. 3 overs, 2 for 20. So economy rate just over 6.6. Bowling the last over here. And he will be bowling to Mohamed Ilyas. So Mohamed Ilyas has shown the ability to hit the long ball. 29 from 12 balls faced. And shifts around in the field indicate that they don't want to give anything away here, the Michigan Cricket Stars. Still a lot of different moving parts. Maybe that gives us time to go back once again to the standings. Kingsmen will go through into the playoffs as the #1 seed from the Central Division. X4A Giants and Kings 11 Dallas are playing for the right to join them. Metroplex Tracers, 8 points, so essentially they will not be able to take over the top spot, but different moving parts can essentially put you in a different scenario from the one you thought you were in to start this tournament. Boy, things are just grinding to a halt here, but Omar Farooq is ready, I believe. So is umpire Karthik Nachimutu, and here we go. Sliced away over the top. A lot of work for Kuran Kumar, and he cannot get there. So bonus runs here. That to me is a little bit wide, a little bit too straight. I'm sorry, too wide. And Armadillo is helping himself to 4 runs over points. Look at this again. Look at the slice. In fact, he stayed leg side intentionally. Did not get across to get in line. Just slicing that one away. So you're up to a sedate start here in the 20th over. 5 runs from the first 2 balls. What can you manufacture the rest of the way? 124 for 8. Earlier I said 130, but given that you appear to be on target to pass that 130 mark, where do you end up? Oh, what happens here? Straight down the ground. And that becomes, I believe, in fact, didn't quite follow it off the bat. We're a little bit hidden here from that. Looks like a wicket. That's the last wicket of the day. And that, ladies and gentlemen, this shows you the replay here. Lofting it down the ground. A pretty straightforward catch. Dying as it got to the fielder in the deep. Captain Zishan Maksud. And he takes the catch without much fuss. What will happen first? Will there be 1 more wicket or will there be 3 more balls? Because the 3rd ball of over number 20 took that wicket. Omar Farooq, 3 wickets under or to his name. And the batter, Mohamed Ilyas, 34 from 14. He's at the non-striker's end. Full. Played down the ground. So Mohamed Ilyas, you would think, would have fun here. He would probably want to be the only one batting the rest of the way. Just 2 balls remaining. And you're looking at a pretty straightforward chase here, you would think, unless the St. Louis Americans can find a bowling attack similar to the one that Michigan Cricket Stars had at the beginning of this innings. So just 2 balls remaining. 125 on the board. Here's Umar Farooq, Mohamed Ilyas. Interesting matchup here. Boy, he spread eagles himself and just opens right up. Oh, look at this. It goes all the way for 4. So off of the bat, I thought it would have gotten somewhere in the vicinity of the field at deep mid-wicket. Slower delivery, and he drags this well outside the line of off stump. This is probably 6th or 7th stump line. And it drags it somehow to mid-wicket, goes for 4. Earlier I said, what can you do? Can you try to get to 130? Well, they're 1 run away from 130 now. That might just give you a sniff of a chance. Last ball to Mohamed Ilyas, 38 from 15. Looks for the full Yorker. Goes by the off stump. Did not make contact with anything, and they do not run. So a dot ball, fittingly, is what you have for the last ball of over number 20. innings, I think safe to say that St. Louis Americans ended up with probably 50 runs fewer than they would have wanted. So not a whole lot to look at on this batting card. Only 3 batters into double figures. Safadar 25 from 23, Mohamed Ilyas 38 from 16, and Nasir Jamal 14 from 16. And when Mohamed Ilyas is your leading batter coming in at number 8, that tells you a bit of what you should be. Really, the top order is where the problem was today with the St. Louis Americans. The bowlers, Umar Farouk was expensive, 7.5. Expensive in this context, but he did take 3 wickets. And 1 wicket each for Abhimanyu Mithun, Vedan Pathak, Zishan Maksu, the captain, 2 overs, or 2 wickets rather, in his 4 overs. And then 1 wicket each, as I said, for Ahmad Alam and Waqas Salim. So we will go through, I believe, a short break, wanting to see whether or not the... Oh, no, we have a few highlights to look at. There's the first wicket, outside edge, straight to first, not really first slip, it's more of a deep, short third, if you will. And a couple of lusty blows down the ground. This, to me, is a great catch. It is not easy running and catching at the same time. That is bang in front, and LBW decision given. We talked about that decision earlier. LBW, one of the most complicated rules to understand at the same time. But going back to the action on the field, that one, to me, Joshua Kind probably wanted to play that one in the V, and that's the big wicket. Safadar is the one who has been taken in the deep. Drilled a couple big ones down the ground. Mohamed Ilyas gets 5 free runs that time. This one lofted down the ground, a pretty straightforward. In fact, it's not a straightforward catch. Came sprinting in off the ropes to take a really good catch. And it's just a procession of wickets. You have a couple of loose shots here and there that might have been beneficial for you, but at the end of the day, not a lot of momentum being built. Good low catch taken there by the captain. And then you've gotten yourself into a position where there's, let's say, comfortably 10, maybe 30 or 40 fewer runs than you'd have wanted to be able to defend. So short break. Umpires and the ground staff will do what they do. The players will change over. We'll come back in about 10 minutes to see whether or not the Michigan Cricket Stars can overhaul a target of 130. See you shortly. Back here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. The chase will be done with a target of 130. Michigan Cricket Stars. Openers are in. Ahmad Alam and Abhinav Sikaram, talked about him earlier. So Ahmad Alam, the right-hander. Abhinav Sikaram, who is back, is to you, in fact, to the right of your screen right now, the left-hander. And we'll see him, exciting young player, taking up the bowling against, or taking up the batting rather, against the captain of St. Louis Americans, Abhimanyu Lamba. Looks to swing the ball into the right-handers. We'll see how that goes the rest of the way, as we'll see how he does it. And the reason why I point that out is because most right-handed pace bowlers swing the ball away from right-handed batters into left-handed batters. Abhimanyu Lamba, his strength is doing it in exactly the opposite way. So if you're an opening batter, you're a right-hander, brand new ball, you typically expect the ball to be shaping away from you. But he actually gets it, Abhimanyu Lamba, to swing it in the opposite direction. So we'll see how much of a difference that makes. Big wind up and a swing. To me, look where that ball went. It will go for 2 runs. But that's going to be, for me, indicative of what I just mentioned. He's looking to play that probably on the area to wide of mid-on. But the thick inside edge takes it down to backward square leg. So for me, that means that that swing that I talked about is what you're seeing. Swinging into the right-hander, so that big drive that I think Ahmad Alam was aiming over mid-on actually went to square leg. Off to a good start here with the ball. St. Louis Americans, obviously, maybe not obviously, but to me, they need to bowl out the Michigan Cricket Stars to have a chance of winning this game. I don't think that a score ending up at, say, 125 for 6 or something like that is going to be realistic. I think one of two things happens. You either overhaul the target, you're the Michigan Cricket Stars, or you, let's say, die trying. In other words, I think they'd have to get bowled out in order to not win. That is slammed away through the offside for 4. Full of arrogance, Ahmad Alam playing that shot and not even budging an inch from his crease, because he knows inside the power play, nobody in the deep on the offside. Once you get the ball through the infield, nothing stops it from going to the ropes out there. So the first boundary of the innings, and we'll pay attention to the comparison between both of these teams at the respective parts of their innings. Look where this ball goes. Look at the batter here. After he plays a shot, does not move. Maybe we can get another look isolating on the batter himself, because that was full of arrogance. And by the way, when I say full of arrogance, by no means do I mean that in a pejorative sense. I think some of the most pleasing sights of a batter is when he knows that he nails it. Look at this. Look after he plays the shot. I see that ball swinging in, but he middles it, and then watch him. Does not move an inch from the crease. The feet literally do not move. So that for me tells me that I know that I got that one off the middle of the bat. Let me just save my energy for when I actually need it. Last ball coming up. Knocked him over. Well, he's going to have to move his feet this time. Going again for that big drive over the leg side. And I think, once again, it passes the inside edge of the bat and knocks him over. Look at this again. I want to see the replay. But for me, he plays outside of the line of this ball and pays the price. So the first wicket falls. The captain, Abhimanyu Lamba, with the wicket. Ahmad Alam dismissed for 6. The score is 6 for 1. So look where this ball passes. Yes, passes the inside edge. He plays across, or plays outside of the line, maybe some of that is indicative of what I talked about earlier with the in swing. Look at this, a little bit of in swing. Little bit of in swing, the ball is going, because look at this, if you freeze it right here, ordinarily the ball from the left-hander, from the bowler, for a right-handed fast bowler, ordinarily it goes in that direction, outswing. But look where this ball goes as we play it again. Look how it goes in and passes the inside edge, so he plays outside of the line of the ball, and that knocks him over. So excellent bowling by the captain. And I talked about the fact that he typically bowls in swing to the right-handed batter. If you're not accustomed to that as a right-handed opening batter with the new ball, it can sometimes be deceiving. I think that's what did the batter that time, Ahmad Alam. And speaking of swing bowlers, it's going to be Abhinav Sikaram, the young left-hander, facing up to the veteran Nasir Jamali, left armor, swinging it away from the left-handed batter. That is where we're looking for it. Again, swing, both of these bowlers, opening bowlers, swing the ball in the same direction, even though one is a lefty and the other is a righty. So Nasir Jamali, as you see him bowling to the left-handed Abhinav Sikaram, you see a first slip in position. You also see a gully. Nasir Jamali in not sure exactly how much time that statistic covers. He's played for the longest time, including playing for the U.S. Look at this ball swinging away. That outswing, though, look at that shot away into the deep. They'll end up just with one, though, boy. Okay, so if you play a shot and you don't move a muscle after you play the shot, that typically means that you know the ball is going to the boundary. Abhinav Sikaram played that shot, did not move, but then found out to his horror that the ball was not going to the boundary, and he ended up only getting 1 run. So that shot probably deserved more than that one. But now watch Nasir Jamali bowling to the right-hander. He now is going to swing it in. And this is where LBW comes into play. This is where bold comes into play. Because as a make that a left-hander bowling over the wicket, he starts shaping it away, but then it comes in. So pay attention to this. That is evidence of it right there. Swinging in. Maybe get another look at that replay. That ball is swinging in from over the wicket from the left-hander. And this is where he becomes very dangerous. And again, you need wickets, and I think you need 10 wickets. Got 1 already, and I think you need to somehow figure out a way to prize out a couple more wickets here in the power play to put the Michigan Cricket Stars under pressure. So 3 delivers into over number 2. Good start with the ball for Nasir Jamali. This is going to be 2 if they run hard. They hesitate, but they'll eventually get that second run. So off to a decent start with the ball, conceding. Decent start with the ball, only conceding around 5.4 runs and over. You need 6.6 runs and over from here. You started out the innings needing 6.5, so the economy rate or the required rate sneaking upward. But it's up to you now, if you're the Michigan Cricket Stars, to realize that you need to just keep getting singles. That's looking to paddle this around the corner. Look at that athletic piece of keeping. Arya Kananta, the man with the gloves on, talked about him batting earlier, also the wicket-keeper batter. And now with 1 ball remaining here in the over, Nasir Jamali conceding only 4 runs from the over so far. Conceding 4 runs is a good thing. If you need to take wickets, one of the best ways that you can do that is by building pressure. You build pressure by bowling dot balls. 11 balls bowled in this innings so far. Of the 11 balls bowled in the innings, you've had a number of them, 6 of them be dots. So just about half of the balls that have been conceded. Well, that's not a dot. That goes away for 4. So Nasir Jamali getting this one just a little bit wrong. And cashing in is Abhinav Sikaram, 5 from 3. Look at this. width. So Nasser Jamali again swinging it away from the left-hander. That's what you want, but you can't start it too wide. If it starts wide and then swings away wider, then that's where you get in trouble. So good over spoiled by Abhinav Sikaram. Score after 2 is 14 for 1.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
Abhimanyu Lamba continuing. Goes past the outside edge of the new batter. It's going to be Waqas Salim. Ahmad Alam, the right-hander, was dismissed earlier, replacing one righty with another. And for, again, both of these opening bowlers, one the lefty, one the righty, but both will be swinging the ball into the right-hander and away from the left-hander. So pay attention to that as you get through this next passage of play. Using the new ball will be critically important. What a great ball. That one, I think he was trying to intentionally play it down to third. Zips through and taken at chest height by Arya Kananta. You always want to see the keeper taking the ball that high. That's a measure of the pace in the pitch, and certainly also a measure of the pace coming from the bowler. Abhimanyu Lamba, typically not express, and his strength is swinging the ball more than really bowling with pace, but that time that the delivery had a little bit of pace about it. Goes down the leg side here. Athletic take by Arya Kananta, the first wide in the inning so far. So the big picture here, you have 115 runs needed to get to victory from 106 balls. And your chances of winning this game, as of right now, I'd probably say 50-50. There's a, I think, a below par score on the board. 130 is the target, but I don't think that is going to be very challenging to most batting sides on this pitch. But they've started out bowling well here, and this, oh my goodness, it goes all the way for 6. What I want you to look at is Waqas Salim himself, because if there are any cameramen around, he held the pose. Watch how he plays the shot, and he holds the pose. We can probably get a better look at that on a different angle. But after he plays that shot, he does not move a muscle, and in fact holds the pose for any cameramen who want to take advantage of the opportunity to see that shot again, because that is a shot of disdain, a shot of authority. So that's the first 6 of the innings. You've had 2 4s and 1 6. And Abhimanyu Lamba maybe getting that one just a little too wide. 3 balls remaining in the over number 3. Clipped away to backward square leg. Fielder down there is Maiz Vekar. So yeah, you're off to a fast start. You need wickets and you need plenty of them, but as of this stage, if you don't figure out a way to stem the flow of runs, because a few runs have flowed in this over. First over, only 6 runs conceded. Second over, 8. Third over so far, 8 conceded with 2 balls remaining. And so you're scoring at the rate well in advance of where you need to be scoring to win this match. Michigan Cricket Stars. And we haven't even gotten to their best batter yet. Their best batter is the captain, Zishan Maksud. 266, make that 170 runs. And a high score of 68. Oh, Abhinav Sikaram smashes this one into what looks like the ankle of his partner. So his partner may have just saved him 4 runs there. Back to Zishan Maksud. His average is 34. Look at this. Look how he smashes this. right there. That ball, to me, is past mid-on if it's not fielded by Waqas Salim. And the third leading batter in the side is Abhinav Sikaram himself. 87 runs on the season, high score of 52. Average of 17.4, but that doesn't, to me, give a sense of the type of batter that he is. Last ball. Struck straight down the ground. That's what he was trying to do in the previous delivery. His partner stopped the first one, but this one goes all the way for 4. Straight down the ground, good-looking shot by Abhinav Sikaram. That is exactly what you want from your aggressive opening batter. Look at that. Dead arrow straight. Absolutely brilliant. Nobody down the ground, mid-on and mid-off, both inside the circle. And 4 runs to close out over number 3. End of 3, the score is 26 for 1.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
What's going to be Mohamed Elias? You saw him with the bat earlier. If Mohamed Elias was going to feature in this match, you thought it was going to be, or you'd have thought it would have been with the ball. With the ball. And his role is as a strike bowler. I thought he was going to open the bowling, but I guess if you're the captain, you maintain the right to be the one opening the bowling. And frankly, as a swing bowler, you'd probably want the captain, Abhimanyu Lamba, opening the bowling anyway. The longer the ball stays new, and the better off it is. Anyway, Mohamed Elias, he will be bowling with gas. He does not necessarily try to bowl pace or to swing it. He himself is more hit the deck hard. Now, just that little bit of a chat with umpire Karthik Nachimutu. I think umpire Nachimutu is suggesting that Mohamed Elias ran into the danger area on his follow-through. We want to take a look at that. Maybe we'll look at that at the end of the next delivery, because there is that area where, as a batting side, or as a bowler rather, you cannot encroach upon. I'll talk about that in a second. Oh, great ball. Lift, pace, and not getting anything on that. If maybe we can take a look at the pitch, down the length of the pitch, and look at what the danger area is. Here, this area, starting about right here, as a bowler, you're not supposed to be in that area. So look where that foot is fine. Look at this next one is the one that's concerning. Yes, absolutely. That right foot lands right here in the danger area. My unofficial circle or square that I just drew doesn't quite tell the full story, but the idea there is, if it is going to be in line with that white line that is to the side of the pitch, past that line, you cannot put your step in that direction. And look at this again. Look at that. Good piece of keeping here from Aric Anantha. That ball almost got by him. But in any event, Waqas Salim, 10 from 10. Abhinav Sikaram, 9 from 5. 3 straight dots here, though, from Mohamed Elias to start his day with the ball. So this is good bowling for him. Has to keep in mind, though, that he cannot encroach on that danger area. Umpire Karthik Nachimutu will be very harsh if he does that. So 4 straight dots. This is how you build pressure. You build pressure by bowling dot balls. You build pressure, the batter does something rash, you take wickets. That is why it's so important to maintain that line and that length. You're keeping the ball just out of the hitting zone, out of driving length for Waqas Salim, and then certainly the line is one that is keeping the keeper and the first slip fielder, that is Naman Anwar, keeping both of them interested behind the wicket. 2 balls remaining. Oh, yet another ball that goes by the outside edge. That one not quite carrying through at the height as what you've seen earlier. But this last ball is ever so important, because what you're trying to do here, number one, is trying to have it be a dot to where you can bowl a maiden. That is, in a chase like this, that's absolute gold. But more importantly, you're trying to maintain the pressure, and that essentially transfers over to the non-striker to start the next over. Abhinav Sikaram. Let's see what happens on this last ball. A maiden it is. Brilliant stuff from Mohamed Ilyas. Might have gotten into the books with the umpire, trotting into the danger area, but other than that, that's exactly what his captain wants. End of over number 4, 26 for 1.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
So mentioned his name earlier, Naman Anwar. Naman Anwar, the leading batter in the side, but was dismissed cheaply today. But Naman Anwar, for those of us who've known him for a long time, is actually more than a decent bowler. Can bowl off spin and leg spin. This time it appears he'll be bowling off spin. That's not surprising to the left-hander looking to take that ball away from Abhinav Sikaram. And so watch what he does here. Remember, there has been pressure built up. There's a maiden ball the last over. And Abhinav Sikaram is one that does not like to be tied down, likes to go after the bowling. But Naman Anwar is a very intelligent cricketer. He knows that. So you might see him just toss one up to see if he can incentivize Abhinav Sikaram to go big. And watch mid-on. Mid-on is inside the circle, looking to incentivize him to hit against the turn, going in that direction. That is played to mid-on. And by the way, that fielder at mid-on is Safadar. Including the fast bowlers, I would estimate that Safadar has the strongest arm of anybody on the team. Absolute gun for an arm. See if that becomes relevant later today. Played in the offside. A lot of work for long off. He cannot get there. That is 4. So that is what you want to see from Abhinav Sikaram, playing with the turn. The ball is turning away from him as a left-handed batter. Plays with the turn and gets it wide enough that long off could not get anywhere near. Look at this. A little bit of turn, not a whole lot, but it was away from Abhinav Sikaram, but he played with the turn. Sometimes you get in trouble looking, for example, to play that ball toward mid-on. That's where you sometimes get a leading edge and concede a catch. But this is intelligent batting from Abhinav Sikaram. This is what you want to see, to have him maintain his composure, play within himself, put away the bad balls if you get one, and otherwise just look to keep ticking on towards your target. Oh, that stayed in the air for longer than he'd have been happy with, Abhinav Sikaram. But even with all that, just one scoring shot in this over. So the last 11 balls have only seen one scoring shot, and even 100 needed for the victory here for the Michigan Cricket Stars. 100 needed from 91 balls. So good bowling has essentially put you in a position where it's at least a target you can fight for. Played down the ground here. That is a single. Closes things out over number 5. You're quarter of a way through the innings. The score after 5 is 31 for 1. Just a quick look at the highlights that have taken place so far. That one for me, a very good wicket. A little bit of in-swing, taking the middle stump of the opener. And then you saw that shot. And then this one from Abhinav Sikaram down the ground was another delicious one. And then hammered it straight. That is brilliant. And you'll see him doing that a number of times. And for me, the maturity in Abhinav Sikaram is being able to realize when to go big, when to play within yourself, and when to not hit across the line. All of those elements add up to Abhinav Sikaram being a tremendous, tremendous young cricketer. I know for a fact that his father in Houston, Krishna, is watching and is very happy with what he's seeing. Oh, looking to work this into the leg side. Watch umpire Nachimutu here. Oh, no signal. So this is apparently off of the edge onto the pad. So you take a single. Mohamed Ilyas now bowling the last over of the power play. One over that Mohamed Ilyas bowled so far was a maiden. So that run that you just saw him concede is the first one that he's conceded for the day. And he's bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Waqar Salim. 10 from 13, Abhinav Sikaram. 15 from 12. Short delivery. He has that pace. And take a look at this. It is signaled as a wide. And is also signaled as a short ball for the over. Not sure. Now, Mohamed Ilyas wants confirmation as to whether or not it was a wide on line or on height. That, to me, could be either. It's likely not a wide on height, actually. And the issue there is if the bowler is or the batter is standing straight up, if the ball bounces above his head, then it's a wide. So the ball appeared to bounce above Waqar Salim's head there, but he was crouched. And it's not where the ball passes you when you crouch. It's when the ball passes you if you're in your normal standing position. So that, to me, is passing head height, which is not an illegal delivery, but the line of it was down the leg side. So I think that's why it was given as a wide. Good paced delivery that time for Mohamed Ilyas. And as I said, that is what his strength is. He's not necessarily somebody who's going to swing it around corners, but he will come up, hit the deck hard, and bowl the proverbial gas, if you will. So we'll see what happens with the last 4 balls of the power play here, but you've already gotten to a good start. At the end of over 23, the end of over number 5, the St. Louis Americans had 23 runs on the board. The Michigan Cricket Stars had 31. So a little bit ahead in terms of the rate. Oh, looking to play through the offside. Just finding the fielder in the covers for no run. So, as I said, you're looking to see exactly how you can keep up with the target. And if you're keeping up with the target, roughly one way that you can look at analyzing that is where after each over, the team that batted first was as compared to where you are. So pay attention to that the rest of the way. Mohamed Ilyas off the long run. In the air, flying down to deep third. Oh, makes a bit of a meal of it. Get a couple. Fielder in the deep apologizing there. That is Maez Vekar. Couple runs put you in a little bit of a better position, but still a good over on the way here for Mohamed Ilyas. And just 2 balls remaining here now in over number 6. The power play is just about done. Do you go defensive at the end of the power play? My sense is that maybe it's appropriate to put one additional fielder outside the circle, but you need wickets, and you don't get wickets by just simply spreading the field. Excuse me. Let's see what happens with these last two balls. Wraps him on the pad. Mohamed Elias is begging, and they'll get an overthrow here. In fact, they'll get two, not just one overthrow. So, in fact, it goes all the way. So you get 1 run plus the 4, so it counts for 5. And that's exactly what you see umpire Karthik Natchimutu explaining or pointing out to the scorer. I want to see that LBW shout again. Mohamed Elias was convinced that he had his man. This is very, very close. Probably the issue here is that it is bouncing slightly over the top and maybe just heading down down the leg side. That's what I can look at first glance, but no question that it's a close shout. Mohamed Elias can sometimes be guilty of over appealing. Not what you had here. This, to me, is a legitimate appeal, but again, in defense, maybe he doesn't need to be defended. I think from the umpire standpoint, umpire Karthik Natchimutu, you don't have enough confidence that that's hitting into the leg stump, and it's probably a good decision, I think. No run there off the last ball. A bit of a fortuitous end to the over. They get 5 bonus runs, make that 4 bonus runs at the end of it. 9 coming from over number 6. Power play is done. The score is 40-1.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
Well, this is an exciting young man, and I take great pride in seeing him in the side. Baladitya Katula, yet another player from the Houston area, originally from Houston. The young man, Bala probably is about 18 or so, 17 or 18. He's definitely a U19 player and grew up in Houston. He and his family moved to the St. Louis area a couple of years ago, maybe. So he plays his cricket up there now. But always good to see a youngster who you've seen grow up right before your eyes, make it big on the big stage. Left arm, orthodox. Oh, orthodox. My apologies, Bala. Left arm pace bowler is what I'm trying to say. Do they look to sneak an extra run here? No, they don't. Anyway, Baladitya Katula is not a left arm orthodox bowler. Apologies. He's a left arm pace bowler and doesn't necessarily figure in terms of being one of the top 8 bowlers in the side in terms of wickets, but he's a very good bowler. Obviously, being left armer is an advantage. Can angle the ball across the right-handers. Has to be careful here, though, with Abhinav Sikaram, somebody, again, who he would have been playing with and against for the last decade or so in the Houston area. Cannot be too straight to him. He's batting on off-stump. Let's see how he goes here. It's wide. So you can see where Abhinav Sikaram is setting up. His stance is on off stump. So if you see that shot down from behind the bowler's arm, look at where the toe, where his front toe is. It's just in line with off stump. So what he's trying to do is to be able to get across and cover the ball that is going to be outside the line of off stump. Now, what Baladite Kutula has to be careful with is you can't be too straight to him, because he generally tries to go big over the leg side. And see right there, he's batting, in fact, right now, outside the line of off stump. So a couple of good balls here to start. In fact, the first one was a leg by, then the second was a wide, but just seeing the ball come out of his hand, Baladite Kutula, it is quick, good whippy arm action, and somehow you've seen the ability for him to get the type of start with the ball that you need. Interestingly, the leading bowler in the side, we were talking about this earlier, leading bowler in the side is Abhimanyu Lamba, the captain, 14 wickets on the season. Off the back foot, down to deep third, a lot of work, sliding effort, excellent job. And that is excellent work in the deep. That is Maez Vekar, who's had a lot of work to do in the outfield. And this time, putting his body on the line to save 2 runs for his team. So, looking at this again, Safadar, you like seeing that. Safadar, not necessarily much older than Baladitya Kutula, but giving him the benefit of his experience every time the ball goes to mid-on and he needs to get the ball back to the bowler. He has words of wisdom for him. Once again, look where Abhinav Sikaram is batting on the line of off stump. This is played into the offside. So, a very long way to go, but it appears as though the first 2 deliveries of this over were good ones. A couple of runs, 3 of them in fact, after those first couple, but it feels like they have essentially weathered the storm, the Michigan Cricket Stars. They would have been in a spot of bother, if you will, at the fall of the wicket falling in the first over. But as of right now, you're looking to see how you can turn things around. Over the top of cover, a lot of work. In fact, it doesn't quite go as hard off of the bat as I thought initially. So you get 1 run for it, and that 1 run puts you in a good position. Just 6 runs from the over already, but you still have 1 to go. What do you do here? Do you have the pace? Do you think that you have the pace to bowl a good short delivery? If it is not if it's not short in the way that it's threatening, for example, the batter's face, then it's probably not the best option, because an easy hit from this end, 72 yards to the boundary on the east side. That is the bouncer, and he misses out on that shot. So that is maybe a moral victory for Baladitya Kutula. He beats Abhinav Sikaram with the short ball. 6 runs coming from the over, and over 7, the score is 46 for 1.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
So 7 overs in the books, 46 runs on the board. The required rate, the actual rate, and the required rate at the start of the innings, all in the same range. Start of the innings, the required rate was 6.5. The current rate is 6.57. The required rate is 6.46. So all within 0.11. Those 3 numbers. Nasir Jamali back into the attack, bowling now over number 8. He's bowled 1 over. His 1 over went for 8 runs. And And it was a bit of a good shot by Abhinav Sikaram that made him concede that many. He had a good over until that point. Played down the ground. It's Naman Anwar doing the cleanup work there. You usually see Naman Anwar in the slips. I don't know that in this scenario I don't put a slip fielder in position anyway. The ball is 7 overs and 2 deliveries old. So you might make the argument that it's still potentially be swinging at least a little bit. And I'm not surprised that, or I'm surprised that you don't have a slip fielder in position, given the fact that you have to take wickets. Thought for a split second that they might want 2, but Mohamed Ilyas is very quick across the ground. So Nasir Jamali is the type of bowler, when he gets it right, he is completely difficult to play. At this stage of the innings, you're probably noticing that the ball doesn't quite swing as much as it did earlier in the innings. And it's under those circumstances where you have to be able to find the right line and the right length. But for now, I think there's still just enough movement to keep the bowlers interested. Down the leg side, and that goes over for 4. That is gloved. Good umpiring by umpire Karthik Nachimutu, who taps his hand, or takes one hand to tap the other to indicate that it's off the glove. And look at that right there. That is not an official umpiring signal, but that's just the umpire communicating both with his partner and with the scorers to let him know, let anybody who's concerned know that that did come off the glove. So those are the little subtle things that you can pick up with umpires to understand the command that they have over the procedures in the game. 7 runs from the over already with 1 ball remaining. And this to me feels like this part of the match where you really do need to start making steps toward getting the batting side out. As of right now, didn't acknowledge it when it came up. The 50 came up with that 4 earlier in this over. And now you're going into the last ball of over number 8, only needing to score 77 more runs from the next 73 balls. Wanted a single there. Oh, not quite getting it. And a bit of a, not necessarily misfield, but not the cleanest of throws. Doesn't cost him anything though. End of over number 8. The score is 53 for 1.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
"53 runs on the board. A bit of a water break, so that maybe gives us time to check in on the action in the rest of the Central Division. Talked about the Chicago Kingsmen. They won their game earlier today, so they're comfortably in first place by a margin of 3 points over the Dallas Explorers Giants, who will be playing right here on this field at 6 o'clock local time tonight. And the Metroplex Tracers are an interesting team. They punched well above their weight this entire season. They are in 3rd place at the moment. Look at that, because I missed that when it happened, because the Metroplex Tracers have just won and they are tied on points with Kings 11 Dallas. So Kings 11 Dallas is in an absolute must-win scenario tonight. They are on 10 points. The X4 Giants are on 11, but Metroplex Tracers are actually ahead of Kings 11 Dallas, even though both teams have 10 points. The Metroplex Tracers with the better overall net run rate. Never thought you'd see that happening. Looks for the big drive to start over number 9. Back over to you, Mr. Baladita Kutula. So, once again, things have gotten really interesting in the Central Division. Metroplex Tracers themselves. Oh, look at this. We will talk about the game in absolutely. We'll take a look. In particular, I want to look at the scorecard for the Metroplex Tracers and the Lone Star Athletics, and I'll tell you why that's interesting after this ball. Played into the offside. A lot of work in the deep. That is Mohamed Ilyas. Good strong throw from the fast bowler, not surprising. So take a look at this. Some of these are in the East, but the St. Louis Americans and the Michigan Cricket Stars, that's what we're watching right now. The other games, Baltimore Royals, San Ramon Grizzlies, those are out west. Those don't necessarily have a lot to do with us. But in the Central Division, the game that we were just talking about, the Metroplex Tracers, 158 for 7. And the Lone Star Athletics were chasing. They had 20 runs to get from 22 balls with 7 wickets in hand, and they ended up losing. So that is a shocking development. When I was looking at that scorecard earlier, I thought for all money that it would have been easily won by the Lone Star Athletics. They would have been on 9 points. Metroplex Tracers would have been on 8. And Kings 11 Dallas would remain on 10 points going into the action this afternoon. That throws a monkey wrench in the entire thing. The Metroplex Tracers will now sit and watch what the Dallas Exforia Giants do with Kings 11 Dallas. If Kings 11 Dallas loses, then it becomes the Exforia Giants and Kingsmen 1 and 2. Metroplex Tracers will, in their first year of existence, and there's that bottom game we're talking about. The very bottom of your screen, the Metroplex Tracers, Lone Star Athletics. The Lone Star Athletics, at one point, needed 20 runs off 22 balls with 6 wickets in hand. I believe that's what the equation was the last time I checked. So it's shocking to see that the Lone Star Athletic came in. So there's your points table. Chicago Kingsmen on top. Exforia Giants 2, Metroplex Tracers back at 3, Kings 11 Dallas at 4. Absolutely shocking stuff. And we're talking a lot. Oh, that is a top-class shot. We have been here for about 3 hours today. I don't know, that's not the best shot that we've seen. Hit on the up, drilling it in the air, yes, but the power and the placement for me is what made that shot what it is. Abhinav Sikaram really hammering that one. And by the way, we never acknowledged it when it came up because we're talking about all these other games going on. In fairness, this game is high-level cricket but doesn't necessarily impact the standings very much. So maybe that's why we haven't paid a lot of attention to it. Maybe we should, because Abhinav Sikaram is absolutely looking very good here. Now, Baladita Kutula appealing for leg before. I think that ball would have bounced over a second set of stumps. So that's the end of over number 9. 60 for 1. The action is heating up. Look where this ball goes. I think this will give you a good look. It is rising and it is hitting him. In fact, it hits the thigh pad well above the batting pad. This is well and truly bouncing over the top, and Abhinav Sikaram might consider himself lucky there. The less said, the better. So that's the end of over 9, 60 for 1. trouble. Made it. So Nasir Jamali back into bowl. His third over, the 10th of the innings. And with the 10th, look at this. Played into the offside. Look how far down the wicket he is. Look at this throw. Coming back in. And this is sloppy. This is absolutely sloppy. Waqar Salim, as this is played down the ground. I want to take a look at that again, because if you are going to use this as a coaching opportunity for any youngsters who are watching, look at the non-striker bottom of your screen. Starts taking off, starts coming back, and he is just jogging. The bat is in the air, and he at this point should be sliding the bat forward here. That bat is in the air. The very first thing that touches inside the crease is his foot. And if that ball is on target, he's run out, and it would have been his fault and his fault only. So that's essentially something that, once again, if the youngsters are watching and looking to pick up tips from the pros or the semi-pros, that is the exact opposite of how you should do it. That bat should be reaching out in front of you, and it should be sliding it across that line. Otherwise, you are at the mercy of the accuracy of the fielder. And then under that circumstance, in that last over or that last piece of action, had that been a more accurate throw, Waqar Salim would have been run out. It's going to be yet another wide. Haven't had a whole lot of them, but at the end of the day, you're looking at a situation where you cannot afford to give away any runs. So 3 deliveries remaining before you get to, I believe, the last water break of the day, at least for this game. And just kind of losing his run up there, Nasir Jamali. So it has to be said, this is a good partnership that is building. Partnership now worth 57. This pair came together when the score was 6 for 1. It is now 63 for 1. Almost at the halfway stage, both in terms of innings. Oh, look at this. Appeal for leg before. Umpire Karthik Nachimutu immediately says no. So let's see what this would have been looking like. This is going to also be close. This is in swing, and this is going down. That is a great decision. So earlier we talked about the fact that Nasir Jamali swings it into the left-handed, make that the right-handed batters. That ball is almost 10 overs old, and it is still swinging, because that one swung appreciably into the right-handed Waqar Salim, and that actually would have been missing leg stump. That was the decision made by the umpire. Oh, just over the top of extra cover, goes away for 4. Abhinav Sikaram, this one is uppish and maybe just bursting through the hands of the captain, Abhimanyu Lamba. I don't know if he actually touched it, but he would have thought that he was in the game here. Struck fearsomely, and that camera work there, I think he was just out of range. Thought he might have been able to get his hand up and stop that, but not able to do that. So that takes you past the halfway stage in terms of the runs that you need. You have 68 runs on the board. You need another 62. So interestingly, this game is evenly poised, but at the moment, you'd certainly prefer to be the Michigan Cricket Stars. No run. They wanted one, Abhinav Sikaram, but I don't think Waqar Salim is very interested. Talked about his running between the wickets earlier. That might be indicative of why. So, water break coming up. Let's look at the highlights. For me, this is a good shot, but this is an even better comeback for the captain here. Here's the in-swinger. Oh, lovely. Top of middle and off. Brilliant delivery to get rid of the right-handed opening batter. And then you have a few shots coming up here by Abhinav Sikaram. Couple of shots also from Waqar Salim. And this pair has put together a partnership that is now worth 62. And I think for the most part, you can see that there have been some proper cricket shots played. And the idea now, if you are the Michigan Cricket Stars, is to take the next 60 balls, score the 62 runs that you need with 9 wickets in hand, and go home happy. And these two teams, by the way, will be playing right here again tomorrow in this facility, 10 o'clock, 10:15 tomorrow morning, Central Standard Time. You can either be here or you can come watch us online. However, the big game coming up at 6 o'clock this afternoon, the one we talked about earlier, is the Kings 11 Dallas against Exforia Giants, a game that has just monumental significance for the playoffs. So we'll take a short break with the players. We'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
At US-wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US-wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
So a maximum of 10 overs remaining in the day's play. This is not a test match. A maximum of 10 overs remaining in this match. Michigan Cricket Stars 68 for 1. Another 62 needed in 60 balls. Waqar Salim 22 from 28. Abhinav Sikaram 29 from 26. Partnership worth 62. Baladitya Kutula to continue. Really good, easy action. Does not sprint in. Baladitya Kutula just jogs in and then whips that arm over at the last second. It almost reminds me, and the physical characteristics will be very different, but somebody like a Curtly Ambrose who runs in relatively slowly, but all of the momentum is generated from the arm. And that's similar to how you see the action here from Baladitya Kutula. So watch him when he runs in. Just slow jog, easy jog. And then that's where the momentum comes from. This is really good stuff from this youngster. A lot a lot to build on. Unfortunately for him and the rest of his team, their season will be done tomorrow. Again, these same two teams play right here in the stadium at 10:15 a.m. tomorrow morning. And after the season is finished, you would know, or you would think, that Bala Kutula and all of the other members of the St. Louis Americans team, as well as the Michigan Cricket Stars, will be looking forward to next season. But a lot of cricket to come before then. So good passage of play here. Looking out of range of the camera, I see Mohamed Ilyas warming up. So I wonder if you're bowling him next. Because if you do, with Mohamed Ilyas having 2 overs left, usually you would think maybe we save a strike bowler till the death, maybe bowl over 17 and 19. But I think the fact that he's warming up, if in fact he does come in, it would be indicative of the fact that Captain Abimanuel Lambert wants wickets, and he wants a ton of them. It's over the top, running into, in fact, that's Joshua Kind coming in off the rope and not quite able to get to it. So you'll get a single here. So a long way to go, but it feels as though the die has been cast, and to the extent that you can fight, you can try to take this game deep, but at this point it feels like it's the Michigan Cricket Stars game to lose. Looking to pull this one away once again. That missed the pad. Abhinav Sikaram hopping around a little bit. That one would have hurt. Didn't see exactly where it struck him, but it could have missed the thigh, or could have missed either the batting pad or the thigh pad and sort of hit the soft fleshy part of your skin, of your leg rather. And that, I can tell you from experience, does not feel very good. Last ball coming up, over number 11. 59 needed from 55. So this is a great over, because in this over alone, the runs needed are now higher than the number of overs remaining. Clipped into the leg side, wanted a single there, not going to get it. What a great over that is from Baladitya Kutula. 3 runs coming from over number 11. Score is 71 for 1. So Norman Anwar it is, who will come back into the attack. 1 over, 5 runs conceded. Big hit. How much of it did he get? Plenty of it. Goes all the way for 6. So Waka Salim is not going to sort of be dictated to. it's a bit of a roll of the dice to bowl to the right-handed big hitter Waqar Salim with an off spinner. Naman Anwar turning the ball into Waqar Salim and hitting with the turn going big down the ground for 6. He now goes up to 30 from 32. And a little bit of a delay while the ball has to be retrieved. Partnership now worth 71. Oh, interesting. Very similar ball to the one that he hit for 6. Chooses to go the conservative route on this one. So a 6 and then a dot. But boy, you really do need wickets. In the air, captain himself, Abimanuel Lamba, short cover. So a good couple deliveries after the 6. Problem is you don't have a lot of runs to play with. And so that's skied. This is in the air long enough for somebody to get to, and it is taken. Clean catch, easy as you like. Fielder who took that catch is slightly out of our range. So, okay, there we go. That is Nasir Jamali. Excellent catch. It stayed in the air for a really long time. And that makes a fool out of me because, as I said, I thought it was tricky to bring the off spinner into the right-hander. But Naman Anwar gets his revenge. 6 from the first ball, couple of dots, and then this inducing Waqar Salim to go for another big one. And he ends up holding out to Nasir Jamali. That's wicket number 2. Big partnership is broken. It was worth all of 71 runs. But my goodness, that tells you what you need to see. You need wickets, and you don't get 10 wickets without first getting 2. I think you've seen those 2 wickets or the second of those 2 wickets now. Naman Anwar coming back into the attack, and immediately that change paying dividends. So the new batter is in, and now this becomes interesting. You have an off spinner who is bowling, but you do now have 2 left-handers. Abhinav Sikaram, 30 from 29, and the man who is now at the crease is the leading batter for the side. So that's good for 2 reasons. Number 1, he's a leading batter, and you want that person to be leading from the front. Number 2, he's a left-hander. And so this presents a bit of a challenge for Naman Anwar. Haven't seen a whole lot of turn, but if there's any turn, it will be away from the left-handed Zishan Maksud. So look at the right of your screen in a minute. You will see a slip fielder in position. That slip fielder is there for the ball that turns away and kisses the edge. The top right of your screen, that's the slip fielder. And that is played into the offside, no run. My goodness, this is a good over. Naman Anwar started out giving up a 6, but 4 straight dots, one of which took a wicket. And this is the last ball of over number 12. Played into the backward point area. What a brilliant over this one is from Naman Anwar. Concedes a 6, but then 5 dots, including a wicket. End of over 12, 77 for 2.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
Seven to 7 for 2. Abhinav Sikaram on strike, 30 from 29. The 2 youngsters from Houston facing off here. Worked around the leg side. He'll get a single. I believe this is going to be a leg bite. Leg bye indeed signaled. And I am just noticing for the first time that umpire Samir Bandekar did not take the field for the second innings. So not sure exactly what that's about. That is the third umpire who is in the spot formerly held by Samir Bandekar. So we hope that Samir Bandekar is okay. In the meantime, you're looking here at another 52 runs needed from 47 balls. Oh, look at this delivery. I'll tell you what, there's an element of risk in that delivery because it is angled in from over the wicket. There's Samir Bandekar. And then to the left of his screen with the blue shirt on, that's Vishnu Pillai. I'm assuming that he'll be bowling. I'm assuming he'll be umpiring in the second game this evening. So back to that delivery from Baladitya Kotula. That angle is one that a left-hander wants to get inside the line and help it over the leg side. So he's going to want to find that ball more on off stump. Zishan Maksud will make you pay if you bowl that line. Slapped away into the deep. Mohamed Ilyas. Earlier we saw Mohamed Ilyas warming up, and I thought that he was going to make his introduction into the attack at that point, or his reintroduction into the attack. Turns out that they did not go that direction. It was a brilliant piece of strategy for Abhimanyu Lamba, bringing in Nauman Anwar to bowl. Nauman Anwar immediately finding success with the wicket of Waqar Salim. So Abhinav Sikaram and Zishan Maksud are your two batters. This is Abhinav Sikaram, who is now on strike. I'll tell you what, this is really, really good bowling. The line that he just bowled, that delivery, is the one that he needs to find for every delivery to the two left-handed batters. If you can get that line, then you will be that much more threatening. Anything too straight, the left-handers can get inside the line and help themselves over fine leg or over backward square leg. But with that ball being on off stump from that angle over the wicket, it's one that will reap much success. But question becomes, where do you get your wickets from? 80 runs on the board, another 50 needed at the rate of 6.82 and over. Oh, late on that shot. The pace is good, but for me, the line is still just something that you'd want to change, because anything on the pads from here will travel, and it will not take much to elevate any of these balls in the air over backward square leg. The fence out there is only 74 yards. And this is going to be a really interesting passage of play coming up. Last ball coming up in over number 13. And this is the last ball for the day for Balakotula. Edge, and it's going to fly away for 4, but that deserved a wicket. Oh, that deserved a wicket. He found the edge. Earlier, I said that you needed wickets, and I would not mind seeing a slip fielder in position. Well, if there's a slip fielder here, he probably would be wide. It would be maybe a second or third slip. But that is a ball that flies through the slip cordon for 4, when you could argue that it could have been a catch. Anyway, that is the end of over 13. And the last 7 coming up, the score is 85 for 2. And just I am reminded as I look to my left and see members of the Dallas X4 Giants coming into the stadium. Ehsan Adil is who I am seeing walking in right now, along with a couple of his teammates. And that reminds me, you have to see this match later on this evening. It is essentially a playoff match. The playoffs don't officially start until next week, or the end of next week, if you will. But you play for all the marbles if you are the X4 Giants and the Kings 11 Dallas, starting tonight, because the winner of this game tonight essentially becomes is in sole possession of second place, and once again it's just the top 2 teams that go into the playoffs. The loser of the game tonight goes home or stays home, and it really does come down to that. So a very long way of saying, if you are within the sound of my voice and you can get to Grand Prairie, Texas, Grand Prairie, the home of what I believe to be the best cricket stadium in the country, probably by a long shot, actually. And at the moment, you're able to see what is essentially a high-level playoff type atmosphere match for no cost. And so I think you will see the game tonight be absolutely electric. I expect to see a lot of fireworks. You might see some frayed emotions. A couple of times last night there were a couple of send-offs given. One particular send-off I'm thinking about in the direction of Andreas Gauss he was not happy with, and that might come up again at some point, I would think. But anyway, so a very long way of saying please join us later on this afternoon for what promises to be an absolutely brilliant, brilliant match. Stroked away into the deep. Joshua Kind in the deep. And that is a single. Each single, of course, taking you closer to victory here, and doing it in ones. As of this stage, with 2 wickets in hand, that's probably not the worst thing in the world. That's not ones. That is launched into the deep for 6. The first time it lands is in the 5th row in the seats over mid-wicket. That is a huge 6 for Zishan Maksud, and he shows why he is the talent that he is. 6 over mid-wicket, and this is going to be the last ball coming up here in over number 13, make that over 14. And that one shot has put you behind in terms of the number of runs versus the number of balls remaining. In other words, there's now there's fewer runs needed than balls remaining, which is the opposite of what it was when that over started. 11 runs coming from over number 14. And after 14, the score is 96 for 2. Phenomenon War, 3 overs, 1 for 22. Earlier I said that if you need wickets, you should consider going to your strike bowler. Did they leave Mohamed Ilyas for too late? Because it feels to me at this stage that Mohamed Ilyas could have come on about 4 overs earlier, because you need wickets at this stage. Oh, helps himself to runs here. Oh, look at that. Goes all the way for 6. Not much flourish in the shot, Zishan Maksud. Just pivoting and helping the ball. It was less of a pull and more of just helping it. Look at this. Very little flourish, just helping it around the corner. The pace on the ball did the trick. Mohamed Ilyas is very quick. And sometimes if the ball is not in the right area, meaning not on the right line, that can work to your disadvantage. I think you saw evidence of it there. So just 28 more runs needed the rest of the way. Mohamed Ilyas, as I said, I thought he could have been brought back earlier, but I'm not the captain. But what you can look at here is that you're now going into the section of the innings where the question is only what over is the match going to be finished in. So look at this. You're now in the back end of the innings. The last 50, make that the last 35 balls remaining, and just a bit of a delay again while the ball is retrieved. Okay, we do now have it again. Mohamed Ilyas is ready. once again to bowl to Zishan Maksud. Bowling over the wicket. I think this is a better angle anyway. We talked about that yesterday. In the air, this is catchable. Oh, just landing short of Safadar. Actually, no, it's not Safadar. That is Adnit Jam. My apologies. The two youngsters, the two young brothers in the deep, long on and long off. The ball stayed in the air an agonizingly long time if you are Zishan Maksud, but it eventually falls. So, over to you, Mr. Abhinav Sikaram. 37 from 34. Zishan Maksud, 17 from 11. We didn't acknowledge it when it came up, but that 6 brought up the 100. Slower delivery, well played into the offside. It's going to be just 1 run. So you need 26. 26 from 33. 26 from 33 does not sound like a very stiff ask, but stranger things have happened. The game is not done yet. You still do need to continue fighting your way through it. Armadale, yes. 3 balls remaining here in his 3rd over. No run here. So, to the extent that your opportunities for scoring runs are relatively limited, only another 26 to go with 32 balls remaining. It feels like it's, as I said earlier, a fait accompli. Gone. What a catch. Absolutely brilliant. Struck off the outside edge, and it is to the right of Naman Anwar at backward point. He dives full length and snatches that one in the air. This should give us a good look here. Going to his right, just out of frame right there to your left. That's great camera work. There's a diving attempt to his right. Pouches it, Naman Anwar. And that is the end of a swashbuckling, entertaining innings from the captain. So that is wicket number 3. For what it's worth, 104 on the board. And you need, it may be too late to start asking for wickets now, but you don't get to 10 without first getting to 4. And for the most part, even though it appears as though this game is over, there's still a lot to play for. And one of the things that I want to highlight is the fact that the young man making his way to the crease right now on the left of his screen, at least now in the foreground, is Utkarsh Srivastava. And Utkarsh is a brilliant young cricketer in the North Carolina area, I believe. His parents are here watching the action, and you know that they couldn't really care much about what the overall state of the match is, as long as Utkarsh does well. I really don't mean that pejoratively. In the past, I've been a cricket parent, and that was pretty much my mindset. So, with 1 ball remaining here in his 3rd over, Mohamed Elias will face up to young Utkarsh Srivastava. Mohamed Elias, full of sound and fury. He'll be breathing fire on this delivery. That is well played. That Yorker was aiming for the base of leg stump, but well kept up by Srivastava. End of over number 15. It's a good one. A wicket taken and 8 runs. Make that 9 runs. And at the end of over 15, the score is 104 for 3. $104 for 3. I don't know if the cameras can get a shot of the Dallas X4 Giants just above the bullpen. or the dugout really, over at deep in Wicket. The X4 Giants gathered, patiently waiting for the chance to take the field to warm up, because again, the match that is later on this evening at 6 o'clock local time, there they are, several members of the team. Far left is Yaqub Haidari, and a number of other players are ready to take the field, and they have showed up early. I have not yet seen any member of the Kings 11 Dallas side. Kings 11 Dallas will be fighting for their playoff lives tonight. And if you just read the body language of the X4 Giants players coming in, it almost feels that you'd prefer to be the X4 Giants than you would the Kings 11 Dallas. Because to me, body language says a lot. And I think even though both teams are very talented, both teams have a good blend of youth and experience, if you looked at the names on paper for the Kings 11 Dallas, I think it would be hard to argue that they would not be at least one of the best teams in the league, if not, or certainly in the division, and certainly if not the league. But essentially it comes down to this: win tonight, Kings 11 Dallas, or the season is finished. And I want to see exactly how they go about sort of maneuvering themselves in that type of scenario. And once again, you maybe don't quite feel like you're playing with house money if you're the X-Warrior Giants, because you expected to be here. But it becomes something that you want to do. No, that you didn't want to do at Utkarsh Srivastava. Bat came down at an angle and kissed off the inside edge onto the stumps. I can see his mother walking, and she does not look very happy. Unfortunately for Utkarsh Srivastava, that is the end of his day with the bat. Wicket number 4 is down. And look at this again. The bat is coming down, really a bit of a nothing shot. That's one you either leave or raise the bat completely out of the line of the ball, or if you're going to look at this, where the bat is coming from, it's well away from his body, and really not a lot positive can come from that shot. So something that Utkarsh Srivastava, who I know has a brilliant support system, to include a coach who was, when I was in my formative years growing up in Jamaica in the 70s, my favorite cricketer overall, Alvin Kalisharan. But I think there will be some discussion about that shot to make sure that that's a ball that you could probably leave alone. And early in your innings, especially given the match situation, that's probably not a shot that you want to play. But anyway, that's the end of Mr. Srivastava. New batter in is going to be Kiran Kumar Redivade. Three deliveries remaining. By the way, I didn't mention that the captain, Abhimanyu Lamba, brought himself back into the attack. Big picture, 25 runs needed. 25 runs needed in 27 balls. Struck into the deep. Just a single run here. So, once again, we might just take one more chance to look at the scorecards. Everything going on in the Central Division. Some have very little significance as it relates to the playoff picture. Some are absolutely critical to the playoffs picture. So maybe after this over, the next 2 balls, we'll go through some of those. Oh, lifting delivery. Abhinav Sikaram caught off guard there. I think that ball was bouncing more than he wanted to, or wanted it to, and I think he was taking a couple steps down the track at the same time. The captain, Abhimanyu Lamba, with last ball coming up here. And he will have one more over after this. To me, it doesn't make any sense to hold yourself back. You might as well just bowl here, bowl over 18, and see how many wickets you can take up. In the air, this is catchable. And the catch is taken. Second catch taken from Nasir Jamali. That is the end of Abhinav Sikaram. Is there another twist in this game? The second wicket in the over. Captain Abhimanyu Lamba bringing himself in and taking charge, and all of a sudden, with the dismissal of Abhinav Sikaram, you have half the side down. Very clean catch taken here by Nasir Jamali. Talked about the fact that he's a long-serving member of the sport here in this country, and you'd have to think that he would have seen it all, and from here things become that much more tricky. Believe this new batter is going to be Khurram Nawaz. So a lot of big names have already been dismissed. Two batters at the crease, between them have faced one ball. Look at these 3 wickets here. That's a great catch by Norman Anwar, backward point. Utkarsh Srivastava unfortunately guiding that one onto his stumps. And then the third wicket, that catch taken by Nasir Jamali. So 3 wickets in really short time, and all of a sudden, with Adnit Jam now about to bowl, you will see maybe just a bit of nervousness creeping into the picture for the Michigan Cricket Stars. So just again, your batters are Khurram Nawaz Khan. Take a look at the bowlers, what they've done. All relatively good, with the exception maybe in terms of expense of Nasir Jamali, 3 overs, none for 22. The captain, Abhimanyu Lamba, 3 overs, 3 for 20, is helping himself most with the ball. Mohamed Elias, 3 overs, have only gone for 12, but you want more wickets from his strike bowler. And so young Adnit Jam, 16 years of age, will be coming in here to see how many wickets he can take, join the party and knock over a couple. Down the ground for a single here. So Khurram Nawaz and Kiran Vade are your 2 batters. So see next delivery. Next delivery will be coming up. Adnit Jam, just 1 delivery bowled, and once again, he doesn't know it, but he's serenading me, Mr. Hassan. Next delivery, short, and look to cut it away, but it is given as wide. So a long way to go, but my goodness, this is starting to feel like things have just gotten a little bit tighter. So a single from the very first ball, then a wide. So you're 22 runs away, needing to score those 22 runs in 23 balls, but this time with only 5 wickets remaining. And that does make a difference. Cut away, go! Did he take that? Yes, he did. Oh, that ball was sinking as it got toward Norman Anwar, but he got that hand underneath it. And that is the second catch that he has taken in the last couple of overs. And look at this. 6 wickets are now down. And this game is absolutely not over yet. The ball was cut away fiercely by Kuram Nawaz, and Naman Anwar just gets the hand underneath it. Cut, but in the air. Look at that ball die as it gets toward Naman Anwar. Look at the celebration from the man who's already taken 2 catches. That'll be Nasir Jamali. And all of a sudden, you've introduced the young man, Adnet Jam, into the attack. He's already obliged by taking a wicket. Oh, so things get just that much more interesting. Once again, this is a game that does not necessarily have any direct playoff implications, but as a competitor, you want to be able to do the best for your side to drag them over the finish line, if you will. So things get that much more interesting. This is going to be Ram Rapala to join Kiran Vade at the wicket. Here is Adnet Jam. No single there. Wanted single. Sent back. Boy, things are just now starting to get a little bit trickier. Oh, it was a free hit. I missed that when it happened. My apologies. A no ball. And so that is brutal, because then this next ball obviously becomes a free hit. Oh, that becomes something that you don't want to do. Look at this. Yeah, that's good camera work. Don't know if we have another angle on that, but for me, from that angle, certainly looks like he overstepped. Short, tries to cut it away, gets nothing on it. I'll tell you what, young Adnet Jam has picked up a couple yards of pace since the last time I saw him. That bouncer, short, deliberately bowled short ball, and it did have gas on it. So the St. Louis Americans have a lot of different moving parts, many of them young, many of them raw, but all in all, they are essentially making themselves out to be a team to watch for the future, and particularly as it relates to the young bowlers that they have. Oh, he put down the return catch. That could have been wicket number 7. They are never easy return catches for a pace bowler. But boy, he got both hands to it, Adnet Jam, and maybe you think that this one should have stuck. Look at this replay again. Oh, this will give us a good look. Oh, just burst through that left hand. Got both hands to it. The left hand in that case was the dominant hand, so he's reaching out and essentially to his left, and it hit the palm of his left hand, or the heel of his left palm, I should say, and wasn't able to secure it. Short ball. Looking to bowl intentional is short here. See how much the short ball worked earlier in the innings, and certainly in the first innings this morning, or I should say early this afternoon. But boy, the game is getting interesting. I don't know necessarily that they will have enough juice to get another 4 wickets, but they're fighting to the end. And essentially, as a captain, all you can do is ask your team to drag the game out as long as possible. Looks to pull late on the shot. That is a good over. 4 runs coming from the over. 1 wicket, could have had 2 at the end of over number 17. The score is 110 for 6. Oh, the captain has 1 over left. He will spend it here. Over number 18. Off the outside edge, running down the hill. Doing it in singles now. 1-1-1 is your score. You need another 19 runs from the next 2 overs and 5 balls. This has just gotten more interesting because you're now not only worrying about the scoring rate, you're worried about the number of wickets. Maybe I should have said those backwards. You're not just worried about the number of wickets. The scoring rate is now above a run a ball. Knocked him over. Oh my. So that is wicket number 7. And all of a sudden, the Michigan Cricket Stars are wobbling and the St. Louis Americans are on fire. Full and straight. Takes out the base of middle stump. Look at this. Oh, in fact, looking at the replay now, he inside edged it onto his stumps. So he's looking to play that one from well outside the line of off stump. Look at that. Look at, in fact, we might be able to look at something here because look at that front foot. If we can see that replay again one more time, that for me is indicative of an opportunity maybe to have some coaching because watch the front foot. Watch the front foot. Look where the bat is. The ball is out here. The front foot never moves from there. And when you have that gigantic gap between bat and pad, anything can happen. That is a gigantic gap. And what you have happened there is that the ball comes off of the edge and goes through that gap. So if you are looking to apply coaching here, what you would say is that that front foot needs to come across to the line of the ball so that even if you miss it entirely or if it comes off the edge, then the front foot is there as a shield to prevent the ball from getting into the stumps. Plus, you stand a better chance of hitting it if you get in line, as I just described. New batters in. Quick first delivery. It is Abimanyu Mithun who is facing the heat. This game just got a lot closer. 7 wickets down. Don't forget about the fact that there was that return catch drop from Adnit Jams bowling in the last over. So 3 deliveries into over number 18. Look at this, 19 needed from 15. This is getting progressively harder. Repeat the dosage, a wave and a miss. Abimanyu Mithun cannot get bat to ball. 19 now from 14. Oh, this has gotten way more interesting than you were expecting. And forget the fact that this is a game that does not have playoff significance. This feels like the ending of a close playoff game. Captain Abimanyu Mithun is going out. Abimanyu Lamba is going all out here. Played down to long on. Should just be a single. And that's exactly what it is. So an over that is working out exactly in your favor, the St. Louis Americans. Just 2 runs coming from it. A wicket has already fallen. What happens on this last ball? Ramrapala, 2 from 5. Abimanyu Mithun, 1 from 3. The last ball coming up here in over number 18. Short. What a great delivery. He does not get any bat to it. That is the end of the over. Brilliant stuff from the captain. Just look at these few wickets that have fallen in the last few overs. That was the first. Here is another coming up. Inside edge onto the stumps. This is a good catch, good low catch taken by Naman Anwar. And then that one where we highlighted little footwork. And that is what took that wicket, really. And so you've gotten to the point now where the required rate is up to 9. You need 18 from the last 2 overs. And who is bowling over number 19? In this scenario, you usually give the ball to your best bowler, and that man in your screen right now is Mohamed Ilyas. Mohamed Ilyas has bowled 3. This is his last, really his penultimate over of the innings anyway, so that becomes something to watch. Look at this. Who would you have bowl over number 20? You would think that it would be Nasir Jamali, who's bowled 3. Naman Anwar has also bowled 3. I cannot see under any circumstances you having Naman Anwar bowl over 20 to 2 right-handers. And then certainly I don't see that you introduce a new bowler into the attack here. So for me, it is Nasir Jamali or bust. But we have not gotten to that point yet. We have Mohamed Ilyas here now bowling to Abhimanyu Mithun. Ram Rapala at the non-striker's end. This is the game. That's a single. Good work in the deep. You've had a lot of work out there from Maez Vekar today, and I think that you've seen evidence that he's more than capable of patrolling those sidelines. 18, make that 17 needed from 11. The man now on strike is going to be Ram Rapala, the wicketkeeper batter. Mohamed Ilyas, do you have a Yorker? Do you have the best Yorker you can bowl? Full and straight. Well, he went full and straight, but it was a slower delivery. Played down the ground. Diving attempt is in vain. That goes for 4. I don't know that pace off is the best option here. I think if you're bowling here, Mohamed Ilyas, to the bottom of the order, I don't know that you don't just come up and target the base of leg stump with all the pace that you can muster. For me, that becomes a better option. Pace off, that feels more like a delivery that might be more useful in the scenario where you're bowling to the middle or the top order. I don't know that you don't just target the base of middle stump like that. So the line was slightly off, so it was outside the line of off stump, but to me that's the type of delivery that you need in this circumstance. So that's a precious dot ball. 4, make that 5 runs from the over so far. 3 balls remaining in this over. 9 balls remaining in the innings, and here with the last 9 balls, how exactly can you maneuver yourself to essentially get into a better position? Much of it depends on Mohamed Ilyas here. You brought in Safadar from deep square or deep mid wicket. There's a deep backward square leg. Looks like full and straight again. That's it. Full and straight. Wicket number 8. Oh. Full and straight does the trick. Sometimes we tend to overcomplicate this game. You target the stumps, force the batter to make the mistake. You miss, I hit. And this game has gotten so interesting that now the Dallas Mustangs and, the Kings 11 Dallas and the X4 Giants are now over in the dugout area watching this game. So they will be fierce warriors on the field in another hour. But until then, they're recognizing the fact that this game is coming down to the very end, and it almost appears as though the St. Louis Americans may just have the opportunity to pull a rabbit out of a hat here. So new batter is in. It's going to be Vedant Patak. Abhimanyu Mithun is at the non-striker's end, 2 from 4. You have only 8 balls remaining in this innings. You have a fired up Mohamed Ilyas with the ball in hand. Full and straight again. Oh, wanted a single here. Sent back. And tell you what, that shy coming in from that backward point area could very well have hit. 13 from 7. This equation gets more and more difficult. Look at this again. Pick up and a throw from the backward point area. And boy, that was going to be close. So 13 from 17. Make that from 7. Mohamed Ilyas cannot get this one away. Goes right back to the bowler. What an over. 5 runs coming from the over and all of 1 wicket. So you're going into the last over. Brilliant 19th over bowl by Mohamed Ilyas. And the man who will be coming into bowl over number 20, I believe, will be the experience of Nasir Jamali. We'll see if that is exactly what happens. But in the meantime, no, it will not be Nasir Jamali. It will be Adnit Jam. Oh, this becomes really, really interesting. Adnit Jam is all of 16 years old. You've thrown the 16-year-old into the quadrant. And the batter at the non-striker, or the batter now on strike, is going to be Abhimanyu Mithun. Only faced 4 balls, 2 from 4. Vedant Pathak is none from 2. For me, I come up and I target the base of leg stump. He showed good pace in his last over, but I don't know that pace is what you're looking for now. When I say pace, he showed the ability to bowl a couple of short balls. I don't know that that's what you need here. I think the best thing that you can do is just come up, target the base of leg stump, and fire away. Adnit Jam, 1 over, and he conceded only 4 runs. If he does that again, his team wins this match. Batter on strike, Abhimanyu Mithun, 2 from 4. Here's Adnit Jam. Swing and a miss. Oh, it gets through the keeper and goes away for 4 byes. Oh, that is tragic. Arya Kanantha has his hand on his head. That goes through. That really should have been collected. These are 4 bonus runs. Boy, he gave it the long barrier. Somehow the ball snuck through. I don't know if we can look at that again because the ball somehow found its way through the long barrier. And maybe after this next ball, we take a look at that. Okay, here we go. Look where this ball goes. It goes right, literally passes right through the long barrier. Next ball, down the ground. Where's that gone? It went away for 6. Oh my goodness, this is a completely different game now. 3 needed from 4 balls. The first went for 4 byes. The second, he left the Yorker too short. It became a half volley and is punched down the ground for 6. That is a big shot by Abhimanyu Mithun. And now let's see what happens here. Looking at where this ball is, I think you'll find that it's in the slot. Looking for the York. Oh no, he was not looking for the Yorker. He was looking to bowl short. I don't know that the best thing to do here is not just to target the base of the stumps. I've said this a few times already. It becomes very difficult to elevate a ball that is targeted at the base of the stumps. Worst case scenario, it's a 4 or a single down the ground. Now, singles down the ground can lose you this game. When you were 13 or when you had 13 runs as a target, you could bowl 6 Yorkers, 6 singles down the ground, you win. But now you may have to get creative because if you just concede singles, you can still lose this game. This is down the ground. They're looking for 2. No, they will not get 2. The equation is 3 needed from, make that 2 needed from 3. Is there another twist left in this game? Captain Abhimanyu Lamba coming over having a discussion with his young fast bowler. Take a look at this again. Swipe and a miss. There's the one we were trying to see earlier. First, the one that got by for 4 byes, and then the 6 down the ground. This delivery needs to be the best Yorker that Adnet Jam can bowl. 16 years old, hasn't been playing cricket for very long, obviously, but this needs to be a Yorker here. He goes short, and it's going to be helped around the corner for a single down to deep third. Scores a level. The next run of any flavor wins this game. With 2 balls remaining. Boy, this is coming down to the wire. You get the sense that it did not need to come down to the wire, because sometimes, I said this earlier, we tend to overcomplicate the game sometimes. And sometimes the answer is full and straight. Full and straight, target the base of the stumps, and that it gets everybody home happy. Now, the same 2 teams will be playing again tomorrow, so there might be motivation to get revenge by one of these players. But anyway, here we go. Penultimate ball of the innings. It goes away for 4. And that is the end of the game. The St. Louis Cardinals, the St. Louis Americans go down with 1 ball remaining. Michigan Cricket Stars winning the game by 2 wickets. This game was dead in the water several overs ago, sprung back to life, but there he's hard done by. Adnet Jam that ball, and any other day could have kissed off of the edge and hit the stumps. But a brilliant, brilliant game, has to be said. They pull a rabbit out of a hat. There's your scorecard. 39 for Abhinav Sikaram and some Zishan Maksud, 17. Some single-digit scores, but Abhimanyu Mithun with a cameo toward the end, 13 from 8. Gives you the victory again by the razor-thin margin. The bowlers, I thought the bowlers did well, particularly in the middle overs. In addition, I'm going to highlight Baladitya Katula. 4 overs, no wickets for 21, but I think he did very well pulling things back. Look at the very top of that. The captain, Abhimanyu Lamba, 4 overs, 4 for 22, 2 more from Mohamed Ilyas, but at the end, he just didn't have enough to get over the line. So there's your summary. Mohamed Ilyas, 38 from 16 with the bat, and then 30 runs conceded with the ball. But ultimately, it becomes the Michigan Cricket Stars taking victory. Look at a few highlights here. You saw that big strike over the top, and then the wicket of the opening batter, and then some shots played here by Abhinav Sikaram and Waka Salim. Those 2 put together a really good partnership, playing down the ground a couple of occasions and then shots all around the ground. But ultimately, I think you made this game a lot more complex than it needed to have been. And that big hit down the ground was a good one. But this is a catch. Look at Norman Anwar already celebrating the ball in the air. And a good catch taken outside the edge, going down to the boundary for 4. And this is lofted into the deep by the captain for 6. 6 more by the captain, Zishan Maksud. But look at that catch by Norman Anwar. Excellent. And then tumbling wickets. Wickets fell all of a sudden, and all of a sudden you have a very close game. But toward the end, you have just a little brief cameo. And even though you have another wicket there, you have the cameo in the last over, and that ultimately puts you home. Even though a couple of wickets fell, that swipe and that ball going right through wicketkeeper Arikanantha, then the 6 down the ground, and then ultimately that shot there ends things. A really exciting game, but it comes down to the very second to last ball. Victory for the Michigan Cricket Stars by the margin of 2 wickets. Ladies and gentlemen, have a drink, relax for a second, and then come back and watch what is ultimately a playoff game. The Dallas X4 Giants against Kings 11 Dallas for the chance to make it to the playoffs. Nothing else needs to be said. Join us here at 6 p.m. local time. See you soon.